barrier for people being part of a community. But the external benefits are also extremely important to us. It is difficult to find opportunities for people with developmental disabilities to be able to give back to their communities. And we find that our performing arts program is a tremendous way for them to do so. Our arts program provides that connection to our community. When you see the clients that we support being able to entertain, educate, and even at times challenge the beliefs and attitudes of our community, it's something to see. When they tell their stories or tell the stories that we see every day from all the live theater performances that we have done, but they tell it in their own unique style and way, I think it has a tremendous impact on our community, and I think it significantly improves our community. Our program provides connections, chances for people in our that we support to connect with a broader community. And those connections, I think, are one of the reasons why communities grow and why we grow as a community and see the improvements that we see. COVID has had a huge impact on our performing arts program in the last year. As you can imagine, we've lost our audience. It has not stopped us, though, from pursuing the benefits of participating in theater projects. We've also learned an awful lot about film. And so we're excited about this year culminating, hopefully by June 1st, with a film project that we're pretty excited about from our folks. So we ask that you look at supporting this program, not just because of the benefits to the people that we serve, but also the broader impacts on our community. And so that's what I have for you. I'd love to answer questions if you have any.
Thanks, Mr. Sal, and it's really good to hear from you. And you know, I'm sure that in person this presentation would have been even better. It would have been even better, but perfect for our needs this evening. So we really appreciate it. Just like I've been doing with everyone else, I'm gonna ask our county commissioners if they have any questions for you or any comments they want to make to you.
Commissioner Rivera.
Yeah. Mr. Sell, I have one question. As far as the employment opportunities out there in the community, are they the same businesses that are always helping out your organization, or are you able to expand and find other businesses that will take some of your people?
Thank you. That is an excellent question. The University of Wyoming is probably our largest employer, the people that we support primarily in food service, but there are a number of others. We have right now, I think the last number I got was about 13 employers that hire those individuals. It is a struggle, and I think I won't say that it's a struggle because our community doesn't want to hire our folks. I think there's a struggle with seeing their fit. Can they fit a job that is needed in our community? Because, you know, all of us, you know, we run a business in this community. You got to hire the right person to do the job. And so we are working with a lot of folks on job sharing and what we call job carving, where there might be a piece of a job one of the individuals that we support can do. And so I would say from that perspective, our community is very open to looking at those possibilities, but certainly we have not seen as much employment as we'd like to see. But that's part of us trying to reach out and let folks know that our individuals can work. But also, you know, the challenges of running a business in a community, you know, you got to be careful where you put your dollars. So yeah, about 13 employers right now, and we are always working with new ones every day.
And Bob, how is that relationship? Do your people enjoy getting out and working in the community? Is that something that fulfills them and they actually want to participate in that?
Yes, I think those that are working in jobs they like and are seeing that paycheck and buying things they want does the same thing that it would do for you or I. That excitement of having a job and having somebody rely on you. I would say the vast majority of the folks that are employed right now are in that category. I think the ones that want jobs are the ones that are struggling to find the right fit because the jobs that are actually available to them aren't something that they want to do. And then there's a whole category of people who their guardians want them to work. They're not as motivated, so that can be a challenge for us to match those up. But yeah, I think that's the biggest component for us is people finding, you know, the passion for working for a place that they feel like they're making a contribution. And I think the vast majority of those folks that are working are getting that from those jobs.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And Heber, you'll just raise your hand, hopefully, if you need to question. That's awesome.
Chairman Grossar, I think earlier when we asked Commissioner Richardson, he said he was more than able to get somebody's attention if he had something for us. But I appreciate checking as well.
Over to you, Mayor Weaver. I think we're done over here at the commission.
All right, thank you. And I am just going to consistently go to our commissioners, just given the setup tonight, and I appreciate everyone's cooperation. Council Member Harrington.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think, Mr. Sell, I've had an experience in the last several months where I've been able to see the other side of the work that you all do. And I just would be remiss if I didn't thank you for all of it. I've watched the work from the council position and then just as a community member for years. But I did just want to acknowledge that the more I have interacted with ARC over the last few months, the more impressed I've been. So thank you very much.
Thank you for that. I would certainly appreciate that.
Other questions from the council? Council Member Gabriel, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Bob, it's been in for a while now, the crosswalk light at 3rd Street, on 3rd Street. And going by there on occasion, I see people really taking advantage of that. It's a small thing for your organization, but really overall, I'm sure it's made a big impact because that street can really be very treacherous at times getting across. Can you just comment a little bit about that?
It's been sensational for us. It connects our arts center, which is over on 4th Street, with our Center for Professional Development, where all of our language arts classes are. And what it has really done is it's helped independence. People don't need to take a ride now. They can walk, they can go on their own, they can walk with a staff person. And so the biggest benefit obviously is safety. But from my perspective, the idea of building independence and letting folks go back and forth between classes. It connects the apartment complex that we use have on 3rd Street, allows people to go across over to the Cooper Center for Creative Arts. And probably the only drawback to it is it's made it a lot easier for people to go to Dairy Queen. It's got its challenges, but independence comes with choice. And so it has been tremendous for us. And I think our community is finally figuring out how to use those lights and know that if they're flashing red and there's nobody in the crosswalk, they're allowed to go through. We had some challenges when it first came up, but I think we've learned how to use them. And so it has been tremendous for us in safety and independence.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Questions for Mr. Sell? All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for joining us tonight and sharing some things about your program with us. We will just keep going right through the list, council members and commissioners. We have a lot of folks to hear from, so let's go to Climb, Wyoming.
Thanks, Mayor Weaver. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes. Ms. Doyle, you're
Wonderful.
up.
Yes. I'm Martha Doyle, the program director for our Laramie site for Climb, Wyoming. Thank you, Mayor Weaver, commissioners, city council, and community. There's so many names and screens on here that I recognize, and it's been a hard over a year process, and we're all impacted and we're all working together. So I just wanted to highlight who's on screen as well. Thanks for the opportunity. Climb we're a job training, job placement organization, working with low-income single moms. And it's been a crazy year, and our work has been now and prior to now of calming the chaos, working with women in poverty and working with executive functioning, really getting creative on how we're doing that in a safe way. And so we're connecting women to resources. We're connecting women to work through program. Program is one way that we're serving women. We have moms can do our job training and job placement program, and we're also networking and working with women who are not in program, as well as our graduates who many have circled back to us during this last year. And so we're getting creative on offering program at home. So we have 12 different classrooms right now. We have 12 women in a medical office career program. So we provide computers and women are in their home. We still look for them to have childcare and transportation and housing, because those things set them up for success at work in a couple months when we're looking to place women in jobs. I'll pause for a second. Well, before I pause, I'll share that we are following workforce needs. And so looking to the medical community and partnering with employers who we've partnered with before. New employers are reaching out, asking questions that we've never worked with, and really individualizing our job placements for our moms. So I'm gonna slow down. I tend to talk fast when I'm the only one talking. So questions at this time?
The speed has been just fine. No worries there.
I know there's a long, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, if you're up for questions, we'll just get right to it. But go ahead. You were going to say something.
Well, I also wanted to introduce Bonnie Self. Bonnie, I'm so sorry I forgot that. But Bonnie, Bonnie works with our Foundation and Government Stewardship statewide. So there's 6 sites across the state of Wyoming. Laramie's just one. And typically she doesn't drive across the state to be a part of these meetings. So I'm really fortunate to bring her into the fold as we're meeting this evening.
Sure. Ms. Self, did you want to add anything for the commissioners or the council members?
No, I just wanted to thank you for your longtime partnership. Been really supportive, especially this year. I know there was a charitable relief funding grant through the county as well. And as Martha mentioned, it's just been a incredibly unique year. We've had a lot of increased costs, like other people have suggested too. We've bought all our moms laptops so that we could adjust our training to be online, making sure we take safety precautions. The trainings have taken longer because we often, if there's in-person practicums, have to space out the moms, and it's been a very innovative year, and certainly could not have done that with the city of Laramie and Albany, without the city of Laramie and Albany County support. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for those comments and the work that you've been doing. And yeah, I don't think it has been anything other than an incredibly challenging time, and especially for folks in nonprofit fields. So we just really appreciate your additional comments. And yeah, we'll go to questions now. And I suppose you're both available for questions if need be. And I'm going to turn it over to Chairman Gosar from the County Commissioners.
Thanks, Mayor Weaver. Commissioner Rivera has a question.
Yeah, Martha, you mentioned that your program. Martha, you mentioned that your program or your programming is driven through community-based need, and so you're doing a lot of medical personnel right now, or medical reception and all, but I know I've seen in the past through your brochures and your catalogs and all, that you also have programs for, what is it?
Yeah, so we've done truck driving, CDL.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Heavy machinery,
Yep.
that kind of. So
Yes.
if you don't have that in your particular community, are these women referred to other communities if they're willing to move, or you try to have everything local, whatever program, so that the women maybe have to fit the provisions of the program as opposed to being able to do what they want to do?
So great question. We do track what's happening locally, where the need is. Ideally, because we're job training and job placement, I want to make sure they're, and this is super unknown right now, but jobs at the end of program. And so We will have women who seek us out who are interested in a certain area. Sometimes they will stay, and we try to diversify our programs. We have done 2 medical back to back, and they're a little bit different in nature. This current program and the last program, based on employer need, and so as we're tracking that, we're talking to other employers around what's next of where might employment opportunities lie, and then really trying to connect with women around not just their interest, but their need. And sometimes a mom will come through and medical might not be her piece or her interest or her skill set, but there's so many pieces that the Climb program offers around connecting with a group of women, working through trauma or a mental health based organization, connecting to resources. We offer parenting classes within our program. And so each month individualizing that as they come through applications of what is of interest and what is not of interest. But they have to agree to go through that particular training at that time. And if they're really interested in something else, then they hold. We have seen your question around, we don't often say, try move to a different area. We're serving local families. And we have had women relocate between Laramie and Cheyenne. We've noticed that in the last year. And so if that happens, we connect women to our Cheyenne office. Bonnie, would you add to that? Anything I'm missing?
No, thank you.
Does that answer your question? It's hard to hear.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you, Martha.
Yep.
Thank you, Mayor Weaver. We're finished over here.
Oh, you're muted. Okay.
Yeah, I have to do that 3 to 4 times every meeting. Thank you, Chairman Gosar. And I'll go check quickly with the council for questions. And I'll go to Councilor O'Doherty.
Hi, good to see you, Bonnie. We used to work together. I was wondering if you'll do the HVAC program again, heating, ventilation, air conditioning. That seemed pretty exciting when I was working there.
Yes, so we've had some interest in that from women calling, and also we're talking to community partners. Is that an option for, are there enough jobs or interest in that from employers? We have talked with folks about manufacturing. We've partnered with the school district in the past for Class B CDL, which often opens doors to other opportunities within the school district for those women who don't necessarily want to drive a big yellow school bus. But we are looking into all different types. But Aaron, the HVAC has come up. You're not the first person to ask. So I can't say right now. We start the research and planning for our next program soon. And right now we're pretty focused and head down with the 12 women we have that we just started 2 weeks ago.
Thank you.
Councilor Stalder.
Sorry, couldn't find my mute button. I just wanted to say how much I appreciate your flexibility. COVID has been challenging for everybody, but a single mom trying to make a life change. And I was fortunate enough to see your flexibility kind of from the inside the last time around. And I just think what you guys do is spectacular. Thank you.
Thank you. Your support as an employer partner is so huge, and many people on all 3 of these pages have been employer and community partners, and it doesn't happen without that partnership.
Councilmember Cumby.
Say how much I appreciate the work you do as a therapist who has worked with women and children survivors of domestic violence. I've had a number of clients and families who have been part of the program, and I've seen the tremendous impact that it has on the health and well-being of these families and the way that it helps them to stabilize and to move on to healthy family living. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Sharon. Our part of our partnership is our mental health provider provides support for women in program really connected to barriers to employment. And so we do partner quite a bit. Over half of our women are connected to community therapists to keep that work going. So thank you for all that you're doing.
Other questions or comments for our guests? Thank you so much. It's really been to our benefit to have you here and to provide us with just a little bit of a window into your work, and we appreciate it very much.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
You too.
Okay, people, let's keep going down the list. And we have the Laramie Soup Kitchen next. And it's Mr. Kramer.
Yes, thank you so much, Honorable Mayor, councilors, commissioners. It's really great to be able to come and talk to you again this evening for this request. I think the biggest thing I want to start with is that the Soup Kitchen has been able to stay open through the pandemic. While our model looks very different than it did pre-pandemic, we've been doing everything we can to continue our services, and that includes closing our dining room space and switching to all to-go meals. And as it turns out, we did that March 17th of last year, so we're coming up on 1 year doing that, something we had hoped to only do for a couple of months. So it's been an interesting year, as everyone has been talking about. We do really try to make sure that our guests have the same quality and the same variety of food as they did prior to the pandemic. And so a person comes to the door and fills out a sheet that usually has about 9 different options of extras and hot meal and salad, and everything's prepackaged, and our staff put that together every morning, including produce and all the other things. We are printing quite a few flyers these days to put in the menu sacks so that we can get them out to families so that they know what's going on. We partner with Laramie Connection Center to do delivery of our food for anyone who's either quarantined or unable to leave their house or get to the soup kitchen. And we've made on-the-fly decisions to create those microwavable meals that we did for both Thanksgiving and for Christmas, 400 meals each time, going to a number of Epson Center clients, but also extended stay motels and senior living facilities. And so many people just said that they were glad that they were not forgotten this holiday season with the cancellation of all those normal community-wide meals. Our community partner funding is, as it has been in previous years, directly related to personnel costs with our food recovery specialists. We have seen a huge increase in costs. But luckily, the food recovery side of things is not changing that much. And since our funding request in previous years has always been tied to that position, we actually did not change our request from previous years. So these are the individuals who move the food donations. So they go to the stores, they sort things out, they redistribute to up to 20 other agencies, helping them with their programs. And so last year, about 170,000 pounds of food was donated, and they were able to get about 33,000 pounds out to other agencies. What's interesting is that's less than previous years. And the reason why is because we've also seen a shift in our donations. Usually we're running about 85 to 90% perishable. And last year we dropped down to 70% perishable. So it's been, if you think about it, like at the beginning of the pandemic, there was a lot of panic buying in the way of like bread and other staples. And we rely on things to be left over in the grocery stores. That's how we get our food. And so all those items like bread and things are disappeared for a number of months. Some months we had very, very small donation amounts. But there has been a lot more canned food coming in. And so what's helpful partially with canned food is that we don't have to get it back out the same day. The food recovery specialists really can move a large amount of food, and they can get it back out the same day. And that's where the perishable stuff comes in, that we just immediately turn it around. And oftentimes the food quality is the highest available because we can actually cook food. And so we want to make sure that the highest quality food goes to the other agencies. They've also been really helpful in helping with projects that would normally be going to volunteers. That was another piece of this, was that we closed our organization of volunteers, which is a loss of 5,000 hours over the last year about. It's great because they're super efficient, and even though they're putting in those extra hours to help with those volunteer tasks, the cost hasn't gone up. So once again, it's very impactful, the community partner funding that we get for this position. And also, it's just so important to note that those other agencies that we're redistributing to, they're serving a countless number of other individuals who are food insecure in this community. And so it really is, they provide an essential service for the city to make sure that any person who is food insecure, whether they're coming to the soup kitchen or whether they're going to Interfaith or Upton Center or Youth Crisis Center or Cathedral Home, or I could keep going because I said there's 15 to 20 agencies, that all of them receive the food that they need. And hopefully that our system. So that's kind of us in a nutshell on these positions. I'd be happy to entertain any questions you have.
Thank you very much, Ted, and for all that breakdown of the activities and the way it's gone this year. Chairman Gosar, over to you.
You, Mayor Weaver and Commissioner Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ted, you mentioned that you have 2 recovery specialists that have taken over because you closed the volunteer component of your program. Is that temporary just due to COVID, or are you eliminating volunteers altogether?
Yes, thank you so much for that question. That is absolutely temporary. Like I mentioned, it's 5,000 hours, and oftentimes we have around 280 new volunteers a year, oftentimes from the university. And it's a great way for us to build connections with the community and raise awareness about what we do, which leads towards either food donations, monetary donations later, as well as just enormous support and making sure that students on campus come to the soup kitchen if they're in need. So yes, it is just during the pandemic. It was a way for us to keep staff safe, because we knew that if a volunteer were to come in, not know that they were positive, especially when testing wasn't as widely available, and they got one of our employees sick, we could conceivably close for a number of weeks. And so we are still trying to play it as safe as possible. And then also, as we look into transitioning into reopening, we're talking about how do we protect our guests, especially as they wait to qualify for vaccinations, and build that immunity once they are able to get their vaccinations. So yes, it's kind of as we transition back to reopening our dining room, that's when we're also bringing in volunteers. It is absolutely temporary.
Thank you, Ted.
No more questions from the county commission over here. Thanks, Mayor Weaver.
All right, thank you very much. Other questions for Ted Kramer from the Soup Kitchen, City Council members? Councilmember Gabriel. Oh, Councilmember Gabriel, we've got to get you to turn the sound on.
Here we go. Thanks, Ted, for all of the years of service you and your staff have put into this community for this valuable service. I was just curious, talking about what Commissioner Rivera was mentioning about with the governor, maybe the orders next week are being relaxed somewhat. Have you set any kind of target date for when you might have people back in the facility?
So we have started those conversations. I did see those. I was actually just working on that report just before this meeting started, and to our board. And I would say we're looking at 3 to 4 more months. And the reason why it's so long is because, like I said, just yesterday, I believe homeless individuals qualified for the vaccine. However, not all of our guests are truly homeless. So what we're actually going to work on is doing a marketing campaign. And what's great is that the CDC has already developed English and Spanish flyers, and I think they're in like 20 other languages, for us to get out and actually really encourage our guests to get vaccinated. We also plan to reach out to the downtown clinic and other partners to offer vaccine clinics. And so our view is that once we've offered clinics and opportunities for an individual to be vaccinated on multiple occasions, that's when 4 weeks from then, or if it's Johnson & Johnson, 2 weeks from then, is when we can start talking about a phased reopening. We really just don't want, especially because transmission is the highest in a space that has very little ventilation, and while you're eating, we have both. And so while our staff might be vaccinated, I got my second vaccine last week, our clients aren't. And so we don't want to reopen and risk having the pandemic, COVID, spread through all of our clients who are either immune compromised or don't have access to healthcare. So we're really switching over to how do we make sure that we can protect them as long as possible. And I think that just comes into really encouraging, getting the education piece out there to encourage individuals to get vaccinated. Unfortunately, I think as one of the other directors spoke about tonight, is that it does come down to their choice. And so there will be individuals we already know who are refusing to get vaccinated. And we still have to try to do the best we can to keep them safe, even if they choose not to get vaccinated. And that's the big question, is if we have, let's say 80 or 90% of our guests refuse to get vaccinated, we're gonna have to rethink things, because I'm really worried for them. And we don't have an answer.
Thanks, Tim.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilmember Gabriel, and Ted, thank you for that further information. I'd like to think that there might be some avenues for resources that are beyond the scope of the city and the county, but I don't know about any. But one would hope that there might be some answers for that unanswered question. Any other questions for Mr. Kramer? Well, we really appreciate you joining us, and more than that, we really appreciate the work that you're doing every day to make sure people have the very vital need of having something to eat met on a regular basis. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much.
Have a good evening.
You as well.
All right, folks, let's keep going. And next up, we get to hear from the Laramie Foster Closet Organization. And waiting for, oh, there we are. Let's see, Jenny, yes? Yes. I don't have your last name on the screen, so I had to just go with Jenny. I hope that's okay.
Yep, sorry.
No, that's great. Jenny from Laramie Foster Closet, it's all yours.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and councilors and commissioners and community members. My name is Jenny Vasquetel. I'm the founder and director of Laramie Foster Closet. Laramie Foster Closet is a 501c3 nonprofit organization that provides local foster families with new children items that are donated by our really generous community. Most people are unaware that the majority of children come into foster care with only the clothing on their backs. And so everything in our store closet is 100% free to them. We don't put limits on how much they can take, and we give our foster families 24/7 access to our facility. They never know when they might get a call. And so we serve every child in the foster family. We see that even the foster siblings make incredible sacrifices for their families to be able to care for extra children. So we ensure that they are not overlooked as well. Laramie Foster Closet provides so much more than just for the physical needs for foster families. And during COVID-19, we have seen an increase in a whole lot of services. These families are serving on the front lines of foster care. They dealt with a lot of children coming in with COVID infections this year and faced significant obstacles. And so for them to know that their community sees their sacrifice and rallies around them and wants to support them was huge. When they utilize our service, they're able to focus their resources, their time and attention on loving these children. Since our services are 100% free, we rely solely on their financial support from donors and generous grants. We still have no paid staff members, so this is truly a labor of love and the love of our volunteers. 2020 saw a lot of changes. We rethought our processes. We implemented no contact porch drops with a number of COVID precautions. In all, we had 497 visits to the closet. We gave out 832 duffel bag and clothing bag deliveries. We had over 3,000 packages of socks and underwear given away that were brand new, and 3,500 pairs of pajamas, and much, much more. And our community gave over $200,000 worth of used and like new clothing donations, which was enormous. In 2021, our goal is to increase our services within Albany County. So the Foster Closet has begun to work with ACSD1 school counselors who will identify children who need clothing, shoes, and other items offered at the closet. Counselors will call the Foster Closet, give clothing and shoe sizes, and a Laramie Foster Closet volunteer will drop off a bag to the school by the end of the school day. No identifying information will be given or needed, and we feel it's important to provide for children in need in our community before they come into contact with foster care as a preventative measure. So in order to expand our services, we need to increase our capacity as a nonprofit, and we plan to do so in two very important ways. Number one, we would really like to install a new software that will measure community giving, outgoing donations, and size of types and items needed. This would allow us to better broadcast our needs to the community, and simultaneously it'll help us show trends in item demand, donations, and supplies. And then we are also submitting a one-time request to launch a marketing initiative called All for One about Laramie Foster Closet. The community generally perceives Laramie Foster Closet as just a place that needs used clothing, but Laramie Foster Closet does need much more, and it needs more financial support and donors, as well as volunteers. So we also provide community connections, support, meals the night that the foster parents get a first child, placed with them. We do programs for each holiday and much, much more. Each child goes home fully equipped with everything they need when they are reunified with their biological parents, which also provides financial alleviation in our community to people who need it the most. Clothing and other essential items are the building blocks of our organization, but providing foster children with a sense of childhood, hope, and uplifting experience is at the core of who we are. This year, I think one of the most touching stories was when one of our foster families lost their jobs during COVID, and it took them months to find a new job. They didn't know if they would be able to continue fostering, and they were already under so much financial stress. So when they came and they talked to us, we coordinated meals, our volunteers helped get groceries. We helped the family by providing clothing and new shoes, and we networked with community resources to make sure that that family was okay. We also made sure that they had Christmas gifts and stockings, and they had a Christmas, and they had turkeys, and they had everything else. Today, her husband is employed again, and so is she, but we went to extreme lengths to encourage and support them. And I think that that is what the community of Laramie is about, and the nonprofits are about here. So I'm very thankful that we're in the community that we are with the support that we are. And I'd like to thank you guys all for your continued support to serve children in our community. And yeah, that's it. If you have questions for me, I can answer.
Thank you very much. And I think we need to, first off, just say we're very lucky and thankful to have folks like you that are willing to put in that kind of volunteer effort for that type of program. And the thanks is from us to you. Chairman Gosar, over to you.
Mayor Weaver, thank you very much, Commissioner Ibarra.
Jenny, I don't don't have a question, I just have a comment, and I'm embarrassed to say that I didn't even know that this existed. That's what's wonderful about going through this with the city and all, to find out these new agencies and all, and I apologize for not knowing you, because I just think it is an incredible service that, you know, thank God for people like you who think about, you know, foster families and what it takes to take on a new child in the middle of the night and all, and may not have anything available, anything as far as clothing, whatever is needed. I'm just one, ashamed that I didn't know about you. I will be donating, and also I just think it's a tremendous service, and I really applaud you for starting this. This is wonderful.
Thank you so much.
Jenny, do you have any paid staff, any part-time paid staff, or is it all volunteers at the foster club?
Volunteers. We have one AmeriCorps employee at our Laramie location, as well as one AmeriCorps employee at our Cheyenne location. And they are both part-time, but everything else is volunteers.
How many hours a week are you guys available to either hand out clothes or distribute clothes?
We're open 24 hours a day. We just answer our phone when we get a call.
Oh my goodness, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, commissioners. Yeah, I think, you know, Commissioner Ibarra speaks for us all. We're always just kind of blown away by what people step up and do in this community. Councilmember O'Doherty, I saw that you had raised your hand.
I just want to congratulate you for the resourcefulness, and I think it's a really good idea to have the program that so that you can project to the public so more people know about you. I always try to share your things on Facebook, but if more people know I need X, I need a pack of socks, I know the Laramie community would step up. So I think that you're going in the right direction by trying to have that a database program or something that you can take advantage. So good for you once again, being really clever. Thank you for serving our community.
Thank you.
Council members, anyone else for our guest? Well, I just don't think we can say thanks too many times. So I'm going to say it again, and I'm going to say thank you for joining us this evening and sharing some information about your program. We really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. Have a good night.
You do the same. Thanks again. Wow. Okay. Let's keep going. And next up, we have Home on the Range. And I will just look for our guest. And there, I see Ms. Brecken. Thank you so much for being here. And go ahead and share with us what you'd like to share with us tonight.
All right, well, thank you, Mayor Weaver, honorable council members, commissioners, and everybody else in the little Brady Bunch squares on my screen. You can see in the background of me, I'm sharing part of our family of Home on the Range. And we are a 501c3 in Southtown, south of Laramie. And we are Laramie and Albany County's first and only farm animal sanctuary. Currently, we are home to 22 neglected, abused, and abandoned animals. And they include horses, ponies, donkeys, goats, sheep, and a couple of barn kitties that have found their way here. Each of our animals has come from a difficult past, and they landed at Home on the Range through no fault of their own. They are not adoptable because when they showed up, we promised them that they were part of our family and they would always be safe and welcome and cared for at Home on the Range. We do have a twofold purpose at Home on the Range. We work to return the animals to their sound physical, emotional, and social health while providing them a forever home. And we also work with community organizations and members of the community to enhance their well-being a sense of purpose for everyone and provide some self-worth for youth and other individuals. This year, we're not increasing our request. It's the same as last year, $8,000. And that helps us meet the cost of the feed and just the day-to-day operating expenses to care for everybody in our family. As everyone's mentioned before me, 2020 was certainly one for the books. We had a lot of twists and turns out at home on the range. Some were good, some were not so good, and some were just downright tragic. It started in January when a fire destroyed the home of our caretaker and her 4 residing animal companions. That was a real blow to us, but we moved forward through the setback and we continued to develop our new location that we moved to in late November of 2019. And that was possible by the help and support of the amazing community of Laramie. We couldn't have done it without them. We were overjoyed that electricity was hooked up to the property in June. The new goat barn right behind my head was completed in late summer by volunteers. And the topper of it all was that we finally had water arrive in November. We got water to the property, and that was just amazing because prior to that, our caretaker was hauling 150-gallon cistern in the back of her truck every 2 days out there, rain, shine, sun, snow, wind, everything, and then drained it into the horse trough, and then she would schlep buckets of water to water the goats and pubes the sheep. So that's amazing that we have water on there now. Like everyone has mentioned, our fundraising efforts were curtailed by COVID. And this year we were limited to an online raffle, and we also participated in the Mix 106 Underachiever Run. Those 2 fundraisers brought in close to $3,000, but we were about $7,000 short from our previous fundraising efforts of $10,000. With COVID steadily growing, we were still able to host some volunteers and visitors at home on the range. We had small groups of up to 2 or 3 people on a regular basis, and they would come out and visit the animals, complete some of the needed chores, including the big one of shoveling out manure and mucking out the loafing sheds. And then they also got to hang out with the animals and build some good memories there. Cathedral Home for Children managed to come out 3 times during the summer. Everyone wore masks and we all social distance. That's a nice thing of having some acreage and animals to hang out with. All the kiddos helped us do rearranging fencing, doing some mending of the buildings, cleaning up things, and then they also got to paint the goat playground, which was super fun for them. And at the end of the day, they hung out with animals and visited with the caretakers and some of the other volunteers out there. And normally at the end of the day, they would have come into the community center for a family style meal, but we don't have that right now. However, we do have plans underway to get that community center going. And council members and commissioners, you'll notice on the balance sheet that we have set aside funds for that. The board set aside some of the funds that we have from the community recovering fund to complete that center later this year. The funds that we received last year from this grant accounted for about 19% of the total cost for our feed, hay, supplements, vet, and medical supplies and farrier services. This year, once again, we're facing increased prices on feed, and we did welcome 3 new family members into our care. They are Annie, Nellie, and Shelby, the little ponies. They came from a hoarding little situation, and now they are in the mix with the boy ponies, Husker and Moonlight, and adjusting really, really well. Through all the ups and downs of 2020, we stayed focused on our mission, and that is to provide a forever home to our animals and work with the community members and organizations to enhance the well-being and purpose of both the animals and the humans. In closing, we're asking for your continued support. The funding that we will be awarded for the feed and supplements will help us to continue to provide the animals a safe forever home and help us focus our efforts on rebuilding and moving forward, continuing to cultivate our current collaborations, join forces with additional agencies and partnerships, and just expand our healing connections within the community. And we all know that people and animals prosper from the interactions with each other, giving them both an opportunity to be happier, and happier people are more productive, and happy, productive people just add to the great community of Laramie. And it really is a win-win situation. If any of you would like to learn more about the animals, read their stories, volunteer, or schedule a visit, you can check out our webpage, and it's just laramiehomeontherange.org, or you can give myself or Deb a phone call. Thanks for listening to me and seeing my little family behind us, and I'd be happy to entertain any questions anyone might have.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Ms. Brecken. And I want to say two things. First, you addressed this a little bit, and this is a message both for you and for all of our guests tonight. Don't hesitate at all to talk to us about the challenges that have been presented this year, because you're all unique organizations, and those have affected you in unique ways and impacted the different and various things that you do for our community. So we're very interested to hear about those things, because it helps inform our process. And the second thing I want to do is just give some recognition for the resiliency of your organization, the amount of challenges that have been faced over the last, I would say, 2 years going for your organization, because I think that there have certainly been some, and the resilience that you guys have shown in keeping this program going is impressive. So I apologize, council members and commissioners. I wanted to make those statements, and I thank you for not objecting to them. Chairman Gosar, I'm gonna go over to you.
Thank you, Chair Weaver. Commissioner Ardera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Deborah. I just had a question about your volunteer opportunities. Can you talk to that a little bit about what volunteers can do?
Sure. We have a lot of things volunteers can do. We always need help, building fences, moving corrals, of course, grooming, cleaning up after all the animals, helping us move hay. When our community center starts rolling, we will need volunteers to help get that underway. We're always have a need for volunteers to help us with fundraising, and hopefully this year things will open up a little bit more. And if anyone has ideas or a fundraising project that they would like to join with us, they could do that too. And we just really encourage collaboration, like with the organizations in town. The past year, before COVID, our regional services came out frequently. We had some local counselors that would come out frequently with their clients. We had grade school kids and classes come out so they could just learn about animals and sustainability and the responsibility that goes along with having an animal. So so animals won't be abandoned or abused and end up with us. I mean, we love our animals, but it's just sad that they've had to go through what they had to find their good place with us. So yeah, there's lots of volunteer opportunities out there.
And Mayor Weaver, we're finished over here at the county commission.
Okay, thank you. Council members, questions for our guest? Is that Councilmember Gabriel? Please.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I've known Pam for a number of years and just wanted to express my appreciation for the work that you and your organization have done in the county. And, I remember last year at this time, you came before city council and the county commissioners, and it was a tough year then.
Yeah.
And talking about, COVID this year, but there's been positive in the newspaper, a couple of articles that I've noticed that things are starting to come around, as you mentioned in your presentation. So that's really good to see. And once again, just thank you for your great work.
Thank you, Pat. And we couldn't have done it without the community as a whole too. I mean, just like I said, the animals are connected and the community is connected, and we couldn't do it without all of your support. So we appreciate all your help. And if anyone wants to come out and visit donkeys or pet baby goats, just let us know.
Thank you. Other questions or comments that people might have? And also for our guests too, you need to excuse us because we're going to want to say congratulatory and nice things to all of you because we don't often get a chance to see you. And so we want to do that. And so thank you for putting up with it. Thank you for joining us tonight, Breck, and we really appreciate it. And we're going to move on now. And we thank you again. And we're going to go to Big Brothers, Big Sisters. And I see Ms. Esslinger is here to join us. And so I'm going to turn it over to her.
Thank you, Mayor Paul. I appreciate that. Good evening to all of you, and thank you for the opportunity to share a little bit about Big Brothers Big Sisters with you tonight. I do want to thank you all for the support that you've given us in the past. This is our 50th anniversary of serving Albany County and in Laramie, so we've been able to provide services and support to the families of this community for half a century now, and we absolutely could not be doing it without our fantastic community partners, so thank you sincerely. I think most of you are relatively familiar with Big Brothers Big Sisters, but for those of you who might not be, our mission is to create and support one-to-one relationships, mentoring relationships that ignite the power and promise of youth. We know that every child is filled with unique and unending potential, and they have the potential to do incredible things. And sometimes all it takes to ignite that potential and grow what's already best in each and every kid is the knowledge that someone is in their corner cheering them on. And our goal is to make sure that every child has that opportunity to know that they have a supporter in their corner. Here in Albany County, we approach that goal in a few different ways. We have our one-to-one matching program where we have one adult volunteer matched with one child based on interests and personality. I think that's what most people think of when they think of Big Brothers Big Sisters. But we also have after-school programs here in Laramie. We have 3 local elementary schools where those are taking place, as well as 2 programs that take place in our building for middle schoolers and high schoolers. And those programs have an additional educational component that promotes expanded learning after the school day, in addition to that positive mentoring relationship. And of course, we have our juvenile justice programming, which operates in partnership with the county attorney's office to help kids who've gotten in maybe just a little bit of trouble get back on track through things like community service, restitution, tutoring, life skills, and socio-emotional strength building. Our diversion program ends up saving the members of Albany County money down the line by avoiding court costs and residential treatment and things like that. So we're pretty proud. Our most recent data on our diversion program, we had a 100% rate of non-recidivism, meaning that kids who graduated from diversion did not reoffend in the time that the study was conducted. So that's pretty incredible. We help these young folks take accountability for their actions, but also try to work on moving them forward in a more positive direction. So all of these programs differ slightly in the approach that they take, but throughout all of them, we're focused on building that positive mentoring relationship and providing kids a positive role model who will be there to support them no matter what. And across these programs, we generally serve between 600 and 800 kids here in Albany County every year. What makes mentoring so important and almost kind of magic is that it gives us the ability to meet every child and every family exactly where they are. Rather than honing in on one specific problem area or risk factor like grades or poverty or behavior issues, we're able to address all of those issues, any additional issues that a family might be facing, and help provide resources and connections to overcome whatever difficulties it is, both when they come to us and throughout their time in our programming. Research shows that children in mentoring relationships tend to do better in school, have higher levels of academic engagement, are less likely to use drugs or alcohol, are less likely to engage in risky behavior, get along better with friends and family, are more likely to develop healthy habits both throughout their youth and into adulthood, are more engaged with their communities, and have higher levels of self-actualizations and set bigger goals for themselves. These are outcomes that we hold ourselves accountable for in every child that we serve directly, but the benefits do tend to ripple out even further than that into each child's team and classroom and family and friend group and communities. So it really does have a tremendous impact, both at present and down the line. In times like this, the importance of strong relationships has never been more clear. Our young people have been absolute champions in adapting to these difficult situations, but they have definitely not escaped the effects. They are dealing with loss of stability, being out of school, losing social opportunities in sports and things like that, tough family situations, food insecurity, loneliness, and prolonged stress, and all of these are taking a significant toll. As other folks who work with children have mentioned, these kids are traumatized, and even as we start to come out of the immediate threat and the immediate danger, that's not going to just go away. So these are some of the additional challenges that we've been working to meet with the support of the community over the past year. As an organization, we've done our best to minimize the damage being done by providing virtual mentoring, academic assistance, a place to go to access Wi-Fi and a safe learning environment if home was not an option, and ongoing support for youth and their families as they deal with the new normal. We've also had a lot of families come to Big Brothers Big Sisters in search of support for things outside of the mentoring realm, looking for help accessing things like medical care, shelter, job training, food, and with the help of our community partners and some of the amazing people that you're seeing here tonight, we have an absolutely tremendous community of nonprofit workers here in Laramie. We've been able to kind of act as a resource hub for many of our families who have found themselves in need of additional support throughout the pandemic for whatever reason that is. The cooperation that we've seen between agencies over the past year has been phenomenal and has allowed us to really help our families get through these tremendously trying times and in ways that go beyond our initial scope and our initial mission. Everything that we've been through over the past year has really highlighted the need for strong social services. And we have an amazing network in this community thanks to the support of people like you, and we're really grateful to be a part of it. The funding provided by the city and county allows us to continue providing programming and support to families here in this community. And it also helps us leverage additional funds, bringing extra money into the community that we can continue or use to continue operating. We thank you very much for your continued support of these critical programs and for letting us share just a little bit about what we've had going on over this unprecedented year. So I appreciate your time and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that presentation. Chairman Gosar?
Thank you, Mayor Weaver. We don't have any questions. I don't want to appear like I don't care. I have some familiarity with these folks as I work in that sector, and so I want to save some time for people who aren't as familiar, and I do appreciate the work that everyone's doing. But, thank you, Mayor Weaver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Completely appropriate, and I know there's a few of us here tonight that have some familiarity with at least a few of these programs. So we're there with you. Council members, questions? All right. Some of these programs are sort of nonprofit veterans and deeply established in the community, and I think that probably lends itself to fewer questions than some of the others. Not making a value judgment, just a familiarity. So I would just say thank you, and thank you for your presentation and for making some time for us this evening, and have a good rest of this evening.
Thank you to you all. I appreciate your time.
Okay, everybody. Next up on my list is Laramie Reproductive Health.
Good evening.
Hello, thank you. And why don't you, Ms. Bolden, just go ahead right with your presentation. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Good evening, everyone, community members, Mr. Chairman, commissioners, Mayor Weaver, and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to be here with you tonight. My name is Naomi Bolden, and I'm the Executive Director at Laramie Reproductive Health. Our mission is to provide comprehensive, affordable, quality reproductive health care, education, and counseling to anyone seeking services in a supportive, non-judgmental, and professional environment. As many of you may know, Laramie Reproductive Health has been breaking down the barriers to accessing quality, affordable healthcare since 1971. We're the only low or no-cost clinic in Albany County specializing in reproductive and sexual health. Services are offered on a sliding fee scale. We submit claims to insurance companies, and this helps to make every visit affordable based on individual income. Some of the services that we provide include annual wellness visits, breast and cervical cancer screenings, testing and treatment for sexually transmitted infections, contraception options for a variety of lifestyles, pregnancy testing, fertility counseling, and a variety of problem visits such as urinary tract infections. Since I took on this position last March, we've seen a whirlwind of changes to clinic operations brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic. Some of these changes have included increased sanitation procedures, we've extended appointment times to increase safety measures, we've increased communication amongst our staff, started a free feminine hygiene products campaign to provide essential supplies to members of our community in need, and a mass fundraiser was put into place to help ensure that everyone in our community is doing their part to help decrease the spread of disease. We've even expanded sliding fee scale pricing to assist those who are suffering financially. Throughout these unprecedented times, Laramie Reproductive Health has remained steadfast in our dedication to providing essential healthcare services to the community. In 2020, we completed almost as many visits as we did in 2019. What did change is this past year, we saw a 16% decline in the number of patients who used insurance to pay for their services. In 2020, we welcomed 377 new patients. Of these 377 new patients, 246 were living at or below 100% of the federal poverty line and received their health care free of charge. Currently, we have 62% of our patient population living at or below 100% of the federal poverty line. We also continue to strengthen our community partnerships through coalitions such as the newly formed Albany County Health and Social Services nonprofit group. Laramie Reproductive Health continues to serve as a safety net for the community. In 2021, we'll be celebrating 50 years of providing reproductive and sexual health care to Albany County. Our dedicated providers boast over 100 years of combined clinical experience. In 2020, we instituted a registered nurse and RN position for the first time ever to help provide support for our providers and improve patient continuity of care. We have extended hours to accommodate working schedules and do our best to accommodate same-day appointments. What's more, our board of directors brings insight and vision to the future of LRH. Laramie Reproductive Healthcare's Community Partners Grant request, if awarded, would be used to provide long-acting reversible contraception, otherwise known as LARCs, to those members of our community who may otherwise not be able to provide these services. LARCs are currently the most effective forms of birth control available, with an over 99% efficacy rate. They can be relied on for 3 to 12 years, depending on the device, and can be reversed by removal at any time. This results in reducing the number of unintended pregnancies and allowing greater individual control over when to have children. We feel this benefits individuals, families, communities, and the state. It also lays the groundwork for our clients to pursue socioeconomic and interpersonal stability by increasing educational and professional opportunities and improving birth outcomes if and when they decide to have children. I invite any questions that you may have about our grant proposal, the services we offer, or general clinic operations. Thank you again for your time and the consideration that you bend both to our clinic and to underrepresented members of our community. Your support truly means more than words could ever convey. Thank you.
And thank you very much for that presentation. Chairman Gosar.
Thanks, Mayor Weaver. We have no questions here at the commission.
Thank you. Council members. Very good. Ms. Bolden, just want to thank you again for joining us and setting aside some time for the commissioners and the city council this evening to tell us about your program and the work that you're doing. And we appreciate your time and for all the information that you've shared with us this evening.
Absolutely, it's my pleasure. Thank you again.
Thank you. All right, we have next on our list, Albany County Safe Project. And I see that Ms. Babbitt is here and she's ready to go. And so I am going to turn it over for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm Farron Babbitt. I'm the executive director at Safe Project. I think most of you are probably familiar with Safe Project, but for those who aren't, we are Albany County's resource for survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, stalking, child abuse, and vulnerable adult abuse. We operate a 24-hour hotline, an emergency shelter. We provide medical advocacy, court accompaniment, a long list of services. And that I believe Albany County is a safer community because of Safe Project being here. So as everyone else has said, COVID has made this year really weird for us. I think it was about a year ago that I spoke to you guys in person at the city council meeting about our grant. And then like the week after that, everybody shut down. So we were working remotely for a few months. Our staff was providing services remotely over the phone and through Zoom. And we went back to the office at the beginning of last summer. Our shelter capacity was lessened quite a bit because we typically can fit 17 people in shelter, but we don't want to have a COVID outbreak in the shelter. So we've lessened our shelter capacity. And that is still the case. I'm hoping that with the vaccine, that might be able to ease up a little bit. And so, yeah, things have just been really hectic and crazy. And I'm really proud of my team for just riding the wave like everybody else has. Despite that, we've done some really cool stuff. We're still continuing to work really hard with law enforcement, the county attorney's office, probation and parole, DFS, the hospital on drafting domestic violence protocols, case managing and case reviewing regularly as a multidisciplinary team. We're actually going to, it's a virtual conference this year, the End Violence Against Women International Conference again as a multidisciplinary team. So people from the police department, Crime Victim Witness, Safe Project. So even though things have been really hectic and nuts for all of us, we're still doing some pretty awesome work. We are busy. So despite, the shutdown and everything, that didn't stop crisis situations from happening. So we continue to be busy. We continue to get busier every year because we do a ton of outreach in the community. And we also have a satellite office on campus. So we're reaching a lot of campus survivors. In 2020, which was a really weird year and hard to gauge, it's not really a good snapshot of how many clients we typically serve because campus was closed for so much of it. But we worked with 42 UW students in 2020. In 2019, we worked with 68. So, and that's one person doing all of that case management on campus. So we're doing a lot of really cool stuff with the university. some of the challenges we're facing as we move forward are pretty significant funding cuts at the state and federal level that have forced us to actually, we'll be losing a position, an entire advocate position in May. And, you know, that's going to be felt by our staff, the extra client work, the extra hotline shifts, things like that. It's going to be tough. But you know, we're resilient. We have no other choice but to withstand that. And so that is, you know, a big part of the reason that funding from community partner funds are so important to us, because, you know, state and federal funding is always tricky, and it's never, it's decreasing all the time. Money from community partner funds help us to obviously leverage much bigger grant dollars from federal funders. The community partner funds help to pay for our 24-hour hotline, help to pay for shelter maintenance and shelter utilities, which doesn't sound exciting, but without that funding, we wouldn't be able to operate our shelter, which is a huge part of our program. We wouldn't be able to operate our hotline. And the majority of our clients are Albany County residents. We do work with a small number of women who are, you know, transient, but for the most part, our client base, they're here, they're in Albany County. And so the support that we receive from the city and the county is invaluable and important. So, you know, I'm happy you guys have our grant. I want to respect your time. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. And I just really appreciate you taking the time to listen and find out what we're doing, what we've been up to. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And, you know, I think what's frustrating for the commissioners and the members of the council is every one of these organizations could easily educate us about what they do and how they do it for a half an hour apiece. And I'm sure we could all come up with questions. Chairman Gosar, any questions for the Safe Project Director?
Thank you, Mayor Weaver. Commissioner Ibarra has one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Baron, I had a question. In your narrative, you said in 2020, you provided services to over 400 individuals in Albany County. And just 5 years ago, it was only 204. Are you attributing a lot of that to COVID, the rise in numbers as far as people being together more and all, or to what are you attributing that rise?
Yeah, that's a great question. I would say the biggest reason for that rise is that we're out there in the community more than we used to be in terms of our outreach and prevention program. So we work, in 2016, we hired a full-time prevention coordinator who works with kids, you know, preschool up to 12th grade. And then we have our campus advocate at the university. The year after we hired a campus advocate, our sexual assault numbers tripled. And that wasn't because more women were being sexually assaulted. It's just because they were able to access those services because they didn't know about them before. And we're working really, really well collaboratively with law enforcement and the county attorney's office. And those protocols that I talked about really ensure that all of us are wrapping around victims. And so anytime domestic violence victims are going to the police department, they're being referred to Safe Project by law enforcement or by Peggy Trent's office. And so I think that's a big part of it as well, is that community collaboration piece.
That's great, Baron. The more you can educate the community, the more outreach, the better for all these victims as well as the survivors and all. That's wonderful.
Yeah, I agree.
Mayor Weaver, I think we're finished over here.
Thank you, Chairman Gosar. Commissioner Richardson, I saw you switched on there. Did you have a question, or are you just back with us? Looks like he just turned his camera on. That's okay.
Well, I've been with you the whole time, but
well, yeah, I shouldn't put it that way. I meant visually.
Yeah. Nobody wants to look at me that long, so I got to check out once in a while.
All right. I just wanted to make sure that you weren't popping up so that you could ask a question.
Nope.
Okay. Thank you. Farron, I have a question for you simply because you brought up that disturbing information about having some personnel leave. And if you could you just remind me how many employees, full, part-time, you currently have?
Yeah. So we have 7 full-time staff members. 5 of them are advocates. So we will be down to 4 advocates. We're really fortunate to have the university here for volunteers and interns. They really save us. We have a pretty great working relationship with the social work department, and we have practicum students with us every year. But yeah, we're gonna be pretty bare bones over there. So.
All right. Well, I just wanted a little more context there, and thank you for filling that out for me. Questions from council members? All right. Well, just thank you again. And like I said, it's always good for us to have refreshers, new information and re-education about what you guys are doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We will keep going. And, oh gosh, lost my place on the list. Okay, it's Interfaith, Good Samaritan, and I bet you that somewhere here on my screen I'll have Mr. Watanabe. Looking for, there he is. Go ahead, sir.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Weaver, and thank you to the county commissioners and city council for letting us all talk to you tonight. Those of you that are not familiar, Laramie Interfaith has been around for about 30 years and was set up as a means for the community to help other community members meet gap needs, if it was food or maybe a little money paying rent or things like that. Our services continue to evolve over that time, primarily focusing on those two areas: food assistance and keeping people in a safe, warm home. Like everyone, 2020 was a challenging year. We saw demand for our services and requests increase dramatically. And of course, we only have limited resources, which means that we're not helping everyone in the community, but we did our best. 2020 was also a very unique year for the organization. You probably all listened to Mike Verkotterin, the former executive director, give a much more exciting presentation last year. And he worked the organization with 2 full-time staff members, an army of volunteers, and some positions that were filled by the university through the social work program or graduate assistants. Today, right now, including myself, the organization has 7 employees. And we continue to utilize an army of volunteers. Even last year during COVID, I think we got pretty close to about 1,000 volunteer hours. We have over 100 active volunteers in our database right now. And we utilize the social work program. We also have graduate assistant from the Department of American Studies. This very week, actually, we had our new volunteers start through the AARP's CSEP program. And I'm not certain exactly what CSEP stands for at this very moment, but it is a program that AARP runs to help pay someone to volunteer in a local organization until they are able to find full-time employment and reach that level of self-sufficiency that they need. So despite COVID and despite all of the challenges, the organization has grown dramatically in order to try and meet the needs of our communities. We also expanded our food pantry up to Rock River this year, or last year, I'm sorry. This year I am trying to place a satellite pantry somewhere out in West Laramie. We're also looking at how to reach the communities of Centennial and Albany and some of those remote locations. Our request has not changed. The needs of the organization have only increased as COVID has continued to draw out, as we've continued our outreach, as we've continued to serve more people, as we've continued to try and expand into the county. This money, though, is going to be leveraged more consistently. I want to recognize that in past requests, we have not always stated that we were using this money to leverage more money, to use the power of the money that has come through this program. And that is my goal. Over time, this organization has existed and become what it is because of the community, because of the people on the screen here tonight, because of the hundreds of donors and supporters around Albany County. But we need to look for other ways to leverage this, to increase the power of every dollar they give. So this year we are piloting and working with the state on a federal grant that we hope to expand. This will bring more federal dollars into this organization, but it does come with the requirement that most federal grants have, that we provide a one-to-one match with that grant. To give you a sense of our work, in 2020, we served, I think, a little bit less than 400 unique households with rental assistance, utilities assistance, keeping people from running into homelessness, or a place where maybe their home was unsafe and wasn't a good place to stay. We serve roughly 350 families on a consistent basis through our food pantry. This year to date, we have already served 100 unique families, and that is only January and February. So we know that COVID is a crisis. We understand that the state's situation is also a crisis. We're doing the best we can to help our community members. We leverage the services of everyone on this screen to help our clients, to find them the services they need. And we will continue to do that. Nothing will change with any of that. I think it is remarkable the amount of food we're able to move to this community. Last year, we moved about 260,000 pounds out to the community. We currently have a grant underway with the city to expand our pantry by about 200%. We'll move from roughly 1,000 square feet to 3,000 square feet, which will hopefully increase the amount of food we're able to bring in and then to get back out of the community. The organization does this, though, with about 15% of its budget. Roughly 85% of our budget goes to support the client services side, to work with our residents, find them job opportunities, to connect them with services around the city, to keep them in their homes. This is resource intense work that we do. We have people that go out and rescue food, not unlike Ted, who spoke earlier. We send people out to gather food from the grocery stores. We have great partnership with them. We also serve as the USDA commodities site. We bring in the commodities that are distributed through the federal government's TFAP program and get that out to the families. So yeah, we try to do a lot with, I think, very limited amount of resources, but we are continuing to grow, and growth comes with challenges, but we're ready to meet those. So I think with that, I've taken up a lot of time, but I'll take all of your questions and hopefully give you any more information you need.
Thank you, and thank you for that information that you shared with us about some of the new things and some of the things that you're providing leadership on. Yourself and the rest of our guests tonight, you're all community leaders doing a lot of important things for Laramie and Albany County, so we want to hear about them. So you're more than welcome to share those points of information with us. Chairman Gosar.
Thank you, Mayor Weaver. We have no questions here from the County Commission.
Council members. All right. Well, Mr. Watanabe, we thank you again And we look forward to future opportunities to learn some more about what's happening with Interfaith Good Samaritan. We appreciate your time this evening.
Thank you.
All right. Next up is the Epson Center. And I am just cycling through my screen here, folks, so I can find the speaker. Ah, there we go. Ms. Comer, thank you so much.
Of course, of course. Good evening, Mayor Weaver, members of City Council, and Commissioners. I am Tammy Comer, and I have the most excellent job of being the Executive Director for the Epson Center. I've been here for just over 4 years, and we have seen a lot of changes in our programs and services during those 4 years. Most recently, the pandemic. And just to give you some information about how our center was affected by the pandemic, we've been closed to the public for services since March 17th. And so with that, we have still been providing our curbside meals and home delivered meals. We've also been providing fall prevention classes and something called Matter of Balance online. That is a class that's also an activity that people can do via Zoom. And so even though we have not been able to have people inside the building except for our employees, we have still been able to reach out to our patrons and reach out to those vulnerable senior citizens that we try to keep out of social isolation. We are right now working with 18 employees. I have 7 full-time folks and 11 part-time folks. And we have a network of 130 volunteers that put in 4,800 hours last year. And that's our last fiscal year, of course, including our home delivered meal drivers that have been really important to our community during the pandemic for those who are stuck in their homes and not able to get out and get those meals. The assistance that we receive from the Community Partners Grant helps us to provide matching funds for our federal and state grants. And those federal and state grants come up to 67% of what we need in a budget year to be able to get through. And so we certainly appreciate being able to be members of the Community Partner Funds, and also appreciate the relationships that it builds for us with all of the different agencies that we work with, including our friends at the Soup Kitchen, United Way, Interfaith, Downtown Clinic, the ARC, Library, Big Brothers, Big Sisters, and the SAFE Project. And so building that good community of folks really does help our seniors in the long run and help us to be able to commit to our mission in Albany County. Right now, we've actually seen kind of a silver lining out of the pandemic, and that's that even though we haven't been able to bring seniors into our center, we've been able to reach out to them in some different ways that we hadn't tried before. Some of those are making actual like social well-being phone calls to those folks and checking in on them weekly just to make sure that they're doing okay. The other thing that we've been able to do is put some of those classes on Zoom, so our seniors that are able to work within use electronics and things like that, which isn't all of them certainly, but that has been a really great advantage. It's taught people a lot, and it's really kind of brought out some services that we never would have expected. We've been sending craft kits home with people, especially to those of our home delivered meal folks. And a lot of those folks don't have computers, so they're not able to join in and have Zoom meetings and things like that. But we're reaching out to them and making sure that they feel like they're a part of all of this. We're sending games and puzzles and just things to keep them in touch with what's going on at the center. And so we actually, in our fiscal year 20, increased the number of our patrons who are over the age of 60 by 10%. And we also increased our number of home delivered meals patrons over 60 by 49%. So those are some pretty huge increases, I think, especially coming, with the onset of the pandemic. And so I try to make sure we think about the silver lining of the pandemic, as well as, the actual causes and the effects that it's had on our community. We have a little bit of upcoming unfortunate news, I guess, and that's that the state of Wyoming has determined that they are ceasing to have a budget for the Wyoming Home Services Program. And that program is a program where we went into people's homes and did cleaning and things, homemaking services for them to ensure that those folks can stay living in their homes independently for as long as they want to. So that's kind of something that we have coming up this year. We're also looking at a 5% budget cut from our Wyoming Senior Services Board funding, which is money that we get that helps us to do all of our operations, pay our administration, make sure that all of our employees are paid for doing the jobs that they do. And so we are looking at a total of 10% decrease cuts, I guess you might say, in that program over the next 2 years. But again, that knowing that we're not going to be able to provide that homemaking program, it's opened up to allow us to focus more on our loan closet program. So last year we had 172 people who borrowed 258 pieces of equipment so that they could get around in their home, or if they'd had surgery, they had something to toilet risers and bed rails and walkers and wheelchairs. We also created a shopping program, and we did 236 shopping trips for those people who wanted to stay out of the grocery store and away from possibilities of COVID. And that program is something that we're also going to continue. We actually were able to increase the number of activities and events that we were doing because we get to count those social phone calls and we get to count those things that we send out to people. So even if people aren't coming to us, we're coming to them to give them something to think about and something that helps them know that there's other folks thinking about them. Right now, we are currently allowing some specific activities back in the center. So we are, we have AARP tax prep going on right now, and then also senior tech classes that are put on with a collaboration with the University of Wyoming nursing students. And so that's been a wonderful program with lots of great success, again, getting those folks to learn how to use their technological devices. The other thing that we're starting at the end of March is our Bet's Coffee program, to where we bring those folks in and they can sit around and reminisce and learn about things and just spend some time on Fridays in here. What's to come for the Senior Center? So we are actually hoping and planning on opening for this summer. Our patronage groups have been able to receive, a lot of them have been able to receive those vaccines. And so that's something that's been promising for us. We are also planning to reintroduce the Senior Companion Program to Albany County. And those of you who aren't familiar with the Senior Companion Program, it's a program where seniors actually get to work and receive a stipend for being a companion to another senior that's in need of camaraderie and somebody to talk to. That program hasn't been in Albany County for a couple of years now, and so we are taking that program over. We're also looking into a senior connection program, which will, again, be based more upon phone calls and person-to-person interaction versus things over the internet, and for those folks that actually can't get out of their homes. And so we really do have some exciting things coming up. I think some of our challenges right now obviously are coming up with some fundraisers and community events to introduce more people to the center. We weren't able to hold our events in 2020, and so that was kind of a bummer. We're also looking at doing more with less funding, of course, with those budget cuts. And then, of course, there's always the need for more senior citizens to receive our services as the number of people, get into that baby boomer age. I just wanted to kind of follow and finish up with, we are truly grateful to be part of the city community or city county community partners. And we hope, again, to continue being able to do what we need to do and working with the other wonderful agencies that provide services to our community. So thank you so much. If you guys have any questions, I'd love to hear them.
Thank you. And Chairman Gosar, let's start over there.
Thank you, Mayor Weaver. No questions from the commission.
Okay. Council members, Councilmember O'Doherty.
Try to be quick. Hi, Tammy. I
Hi.
was wondering, when you're doing the wellness calls, are you asking people if they need any info about signing up to get the COVID vaccine? And is there
We
some way
absolutely are. In fact, our gal that's done the majority of those calls has been taking numbers and kind of looking to see, so we can kind of gauge what that percentage of people looks like. And right now it's about 50-50, which is kind of unusual. But she does her best to give people the benefits and then the risks as well of that, just so that we're making sure that we're neutral, but of course, letting people know how important it is to have that vaccine in order for us to be able to open up and to be able to provide the services that we really want to get back to.
Thank you.
Council members, other questions for Tammy Comer? Okay, Councilmember Gabriel.
Thank you, Mayor. Tammy's just curious, is the Epson Center eligible for any kind of CARES funding from the feds?
Absolutely. That was kind of another part of the silver lining for us this past year, is that we did receive federal funds for nutrition programs, as well as our activities programs that helped to offset some of those costs. So we were able to buy additional protective equipment, sanitizing. We were able to make sure that the services that we were providing and the increased food costs that we had were able to be covered by those things. And so, Pat, it was really beneficial for us to be able to have those. We did not have to do any paycheck protection programs or anything like that. We worked with just the money that we received from our friends at the state and the Fed, and were able to get through the year pretty okay. I mean, we've seen worse years.
Right. Great. Thank you. And thank you for your great work.
Of course. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gabriel. And I think he said it as well as any of us could. And we share the sentiment. Thank you for joining us this evening. We appreciate it.
Sure enough. Thank you.
All right, folks, I think we have some representatives from the Board of Directors from Hospice of Laramie that have joined us. And if you folks could just introduce yourselves, and we'll let you get right to your presentation. There you are.
Okay. Hi, I'm Mike Comley, and Lou Farley is here with me, and we are volunteers at Hospice. I also volunteer at other places, Interfaith, Laramie Reproductive Health, and also Downtown Clinic. And I don't envy you all in trying to choose where you're going to give the money. But what we're here for today is we want to start a new program here at Hospice. Hospice has become revitalized, as you probably know. Jessica has done a wonderful job. Our house is open again. We're serving lots of patients, fortunately or unfortunately, I guess. But we would like to start a palliative care program, okay? There is no palliative care program in Laramie. There's only one in the state of Wyoming. It goes hand in hand with hospice. And we find that, unfortunately, is that even though we've served quite a few patients this year, I think 80 so far, is that we could be doing a lot more, and we sometimes don't get the patients until a week or so before they pass away. We have a lot to offer. Palliative care is different than hospice. Hospice is for people who are terminally ill, and we provide medical care, medications, we provide social work, bereavement and spiritual counseling, volunteers, all of these things. And the palliative care can bring us, we can get people earlier. And this helps the family as well as the patient and also the caregivers. And we find that they really need a lot of help. With palliative care, you don't have to be terminal. You can have any diagnosis, and that we can help patients and families get through these times, even if they get cured. Great, okay? But, so that's how it's different from hospice. We can offer all the same things, except we can do it when they're not terminally ill. We find sometimes that family members from Laramie have mom or dad who live out of town and they're coming to Laramie because they're sick and they're ill. They have no doctors here in Laramie. Where do you go? You can come only if you're terminally ill to hospice. We can do that now with palliative care. We can provide spiritual, counseling, social work, volunteers. We can help them navigate through the medical system, which sometimes is very hard to navigate through. And that's what we could offer. There's only one other palliative care, and I believe that's in Casper, which is connected with them. Cheyenne has a sort of a transitional care, but we think that we can serve a lot more people. And we would certainly like to do that. You know, me working at the downtown clinic and the other places, I mean, I see the need for this. And so that's what we can do. And I can certainly go in and explain the differences between palliative care and hospice care. Sometimes medical doctors even get that confused. But it basically is you can have any illness and we can help and we can work with your doctor, or if you want to come to us, we can do that as well. The patient has more choice in what they want to do. The family also has a choice. We find that with hospice, we spend a lot of time with the family just as much as we do with the patient. So anyway, I'm going to kind of quit rambling here, and I'm going to let Lou speak about some other things.
Thank you very much for giving us an opportunity to present our dream to you and request your support in our pursuit of it. What I've watched here at hospice, I'm a new full-time employee as the bereavement and spiritual counselor here. And what I've watched is that the vision has transformed into a mission, which has come into form as a plan, which is then reliant on a team that is an amazingly skilled, compassionate, and companionable team. We work very, very well together, and so we're set up perfectly to just explode into this palliative care region with a core group of professionals. If palliative care comes in, we're expecting to be able to offer up to 8 more jobs in this city and county. 6 of them we're expecting full-time, and 2 would be part-time. And so what we have is this dream of moving our compassion and our technical and medical skill and our social skills into an arena which is really underserved in the county and in the city. And so we can move forward. What we're going to plan on doing is the money that we may receive from you would be leveraged against an application to the Daniels Fund. We actually requested 5%, which is required by the Daniels Fund, to request $250,000 as seed money for this palliative care program. It's an investment in the community, both in those vulnerable in need as well as those seeking employment in the medical field. We have a tremendous number and a burgeoning number of volunteers that come in and do their work free. And so we're very grateful to them. The expansion allows for people in our city and county, and if we grow the way we'd like to, even in more remote areas, instead of medical care looking like a cliff one can fall off of, one goes from a chronic illness to all of a sudden a prognosis of less than 6 months of life. It will be more of a smooth support system, so that there is a net under these people the entire time when they have chronic or potentially life-threatening illnesses. And so so that patients and families and caregivers that have fallen through the cracks prior will no longer fall through. We'll have them from the giddy up all the way through to hopefully cure, and if not cure, then at least a meaningful and a peaceful passing. And that's not just for the patient, but for the family and the caregivers. And so support to the caregivers is at a minimum in our city and county at this point when they're not on hospice. And so we would like to be able to serve those people in ways that Dr. Conley identified, so that that net gets more broad and goes from illness all the way through either cure or a hospice admission. So thank you very much for your consideration.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Dr. Farley, and you as well, Dr. Conley. We really appreciate that. I'll just say this, knowing very little about this, but just enough to know that this has been identified as a need in the community for some time. And it's encouraging to see yourselves involved in it and trying to get it off the ground. If memory serves, the Daniels Fund is very keen on applicants being able to demonstrate a level of community buy-in, which can be perhaps represented by community partner funding programs like the county and the city does. So it's interesting to hear all the other details about that and your pitch for this program. Commissioner Gosar, Chairman Gosar, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Weaver. It's good to see those esteemed doctors there. Jessica, I'm not sure what type of cookies you got to get them to participate tonight, but you'll have to let us know so we can get Dr. Conley and Dr. Farley over to the downtown clinic. Commissioner Rivera.
That's my baby, 1 day old cookie.
I don't have any question. I just have a comment to make. I applaud you guys for recognizing this need in the community. And as a family member who benefited from the palliative care my sister got in Denver as she was going through Parkinson's, I don't know what the family would have done without that kind of help. It was just essential to our survival. And unfortunately, my sister did not. But any program like this that can help a family navigate through these hard times as well as their loved one is such a welcome to this community. And I just applaud you guys for moving forward and trying to get this done.
And Mayor Weaver, we're done at the commission after that.
Appreciate those comments. Councilmember Cumby.
I also want to applaud the work that you're doing, and I think this is an extremely important contribution to the Laramie community, and it helps to fill a gap in healthcare between, that gap where people aren't quite hospice, but the needs have increased dramatically. And it is, I just really appreciate what you're doing in helping to relieve the pain and suffering that individuals with complex and serious illness can experience. And thank you so much for everything you're doing.
It's our pleasure.
Any other questions for our guests? I'm not seeing any, and I'll just say thanks again for your time. We wish you luck with your process and everything else you still have in front of you. We don't, as you probably well know, make decisions tonight, but we will, and you'll know in time, I think, to assist you with your other grant applications. So we appreciate your visiting us. Thank you so much.
Well, thanks for having us. I know it's been a long night for you all.
Thank you so much.
Have a good evening. Okay. It's 8 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen, commissioners, council members. And I just bring that up by way of kind of letting us know where we're at. We still have a number of important presentations that we're going to need to make space and time for. And I know we have a couple queued up right now. I'm going to suggest that we take a break after one or two more, if there is an objection. I don't think we're going to make our 8:30 time based on the list here, and that's fine. It's a lot of information, and we're here for it, and we want to know about it. But does that sound acceptable to everybody? We'll do two more, and we'll take a quick break. All right. All right. Well, we will get to it. Up next, we have the Downtown Clinic, and I think in a remarkable display of hat changing, our next presenter is this man named Pete Gosar.
Well, thank you, Mayor Weaver, and members of the council and the commission. To add a little weirdness to your evening, I'll be presenting on behalf of the Downtown Clinic. And I'd like to say thank you for the past 20-some years of support of community partners. The Downtown Clinic was created in 1999 to help neighbors. We are a professional healthcare clinic that has the worst business model in America. We give away our services, and we do it gladly to low-income uninsured people in Albany County. Just to give you an idea of the services that we gave away last year, with your support and members of the city support and county support and volunteer support, 2,500 total healthcare appointments, over 5,000 prescription medicines, 400 counseling visits, 200 clients received emergency dental services, over 100 people had vision appointments, and 40 pairs of glasses were purchased in a pandemic year. I think back 54 weeks ago, as we sat in with the staff and understood what we thought would be a horrible year of a pandemic, and we wondered what we would do if somebody in the staff got sick or if somebody passed away. Gladly, we didn't have to put those plans in. And in the great spirit and fashion of the Downtown Clinic, we not only met those needs with 40% more telehealth appointments, but we brought a mobile flu vaccine clinic that we helped interfaith during commodity days, vaccinated some people as they waited in line. We vaccinated people as they waited in the Laramie soup kitchen line. And we developed a COVID-19 drive-through testing program. And we're really excited to announce that we'll be part of the vaccine program as it rolls out in Albany County going forward. We just received some doses, and we'll figure out how to get those, but as soon as those vaccines become more available, we really want to be part of the solution, not only for our clients, but most of Albany County. Last year, we also hired a part-time Spanish-speaking provider. So for the first time in our history, all 3 days of opening, we have primary care. And the Spanish-speaking part was really amazing. Maybe you know, or maybe don't know, 15 to 20% of our clients speak Spanish as a first language. And to meet somebody in their language and to understand the important conversations in healthcare, that has been amazing. And I'm not sure what we'll do without her if she were to leave. Your money, we direct towards our prescription medicine program. We offset the costs of our pharmacy manager and also the prescription medicines we purchase in town. 100% of your money goes to stays in our community, and it covers about 25% of the program's total costs. We're really grateful for that. You can think to yourselves, you account for 1,250 or more medicines every year for free. So when we think about community a lot at the clinic, we believe that it is a community resource and a community importance. And if you want to think about our taglines as a way to remember us, we believe that everyone is valuable. And by everyone, we mean everyone. Everyone deserves high quality, innovative healthcare, and everyone can help. And so we're so grateful that you are part of that, everyone. We are in the community because the community thinks it's important, and we exist because of you. And so just to wrap it up, I'd like to thank you all for your continued investment in the downtown clinic, for engaging in this kind of weirdness as I talk to you on the screen and the video's picking up somewhere else. But good thing is I have a mask on, and so the lag in my voice to the picture doesn't really matter, right? So other than that, I would stand for any questions that you had, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Grossart. Good presentation. We'll switch it up just a little bit this time. Council members, any questions for Mr. Grossart about his program? I want to ask him about vaccines, but I think maybe he still doesn't have all the details yet, and I think he shared that with us. So any other questions for Mr. Grossart? Mr. Gabriel, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Pete, just curious overall, you know, you touched on it a little bit about COVID, but I was generally interested in how the public reacted this past year to coming in. Were they apprehensive? Did you see more people coming in? What was the attendance like for people in the clinic?
You know, I guess in person, Councilor Gabriel, in person really, we limited that amount of people that had access to the clinic, quite honestly. Our clinic is small, and the space requirements were difficult to maintain. So we would only have one provider working our reception area as a made appointment room. But we just extended the week. So we went longer days, added a Monday for non-provider days. And we did a lot of telehealth. If there was one amazing part of that pandemic, if one can put it that way, we had just started to think about telehealth, and now we're all in. We think that there's a real opportunity for the folks that we serve, because transportation is such an issue, that maybe if we can make sure they have minutes on their phones, or they have an internet connection, that they can make it a healthcare appointment that is as meaningful sometimes as maybe in person. And so thank you for the question. It's been really difficult to navigate. Our people are essential workers, as you well know. Many times we really are concerned that if somebody in the family gets COVID, that their conditions are such that they can't find a way to isolate themselves or quarantine themselves from other members of their family. And so we have been really cognizant of that, and our folks have too. Our clients have been really embracing of the mask wearing, of the sanitation, of the social distancing, and we're really grateful. And I think it's allowed our clients to not have as many COVID infections as would be in a population in some other part of America.
Great, thank you.
Thanks for that question, Councilor Gabriel. Anyone else for Mr. Grossart? Okay, thanks for that information, Pete. We always like to hear about what's going on down there at the clinic. It's of interest for us. Let's move forward with our next presentation this evening, and we'll go to the Laramie Youth Crisis Center next on our list. And I see, sorry, I have to cycle through a couple of screens here, so I appreciate your patience. Is it Mr. Cattles?
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Cattles, you are up, and thank you for your patience.
Absolutely, thank you. I know we're going to break, so I'll make this fast.
Take your time.
Thank you, Mayor Weaver. Mr. Chairman, council members, commissioners, just like you've heard over 12 times before me, 2020 was a weird and challenging year. Unfortunately, crisis finds families no matter the time of day, the week, during holidays, or during a pandemic. Luckily at the Laramie Youth Crisis Center, we were able to remain open 24 hours, 7 days a week through the pandemic. following CDC, county, and some internal guidelines. We've remained open and we've remained safe, being able to help you find a safe place to stay and a safe place to find respite and counseling during hard times with their family. More so through that, we were able to use online platforms like we never have before to be able to offer families counsel, provide our services to the youth and the families without actually having to have their physical presence in the building, hoping to maintain a safe environment and being able to continue with the social distancing that we were practicing within the county and within Laramie. Even with those platforms being used, we still had 146 youth intakes this year, which was slightly down from 2019, but was also on par for 2018. There were still a lot of high emotions, a lot of behaviors that I believe, you know, an epidemic like this definitely didn't curb in any way. Of those 186 crisis intakes that we saw, 83% of those were from right here in Albany County. So definitely working with those children and those families from Laramie and the close surrounding areas. Our ACEs, or our Albany County Expelled and Suspended program, was put on hold through working with the school district as they changed up how their school days were looking. The decision was also made to hold off on having that extra foot traffic come into the crisis center. With the new year, we've re-implemented the use and those services to those youth who are being expelled and suspended, and giving them the opportunity again to be able to come in following certain guidelines and protocols to remain as safe as possible, but giving those kids the opportunity to come in and continue on their studies. So while they fulfill that suspension or expulsion, they can continue on with their studies with a teacher that we have here at the crisis center and not fall further behind or end up going home and wasting time in front of a video game system or getting into further trouble. One of the biggest notes working from last year into this year is a change in our group home bed funding. Starting February 1st of 2021, we have started receiving block funding from the state, whereas compared to previous years, it was at a per diem level. Just like with anything, when it comes down to dollars and cents, there's some pros and cons with this. We are receiving a smaller amount of funding with that, but it provides some stability. And we are able to work with a larger amount of youth and families with some less restrictive types of restrictions that we had on whom could use our group home services. So definitely being able to provide the youth and families in Laramie with a little bit longer term types of services than we've ever seen before in the past. Moving a little bit more to the negative side is seeing funding cuts that everybody is going to see with the state in the kind of financial crisis that it is seeing. We are going to see some cuts in funding. With the change in that group home bed model, we could be seeing as much as $282 lost per month. Along with that, if the Wyoming State Legislature follows the recommendation for budget cuts, we'll see a 3% budget cut to our group home and crisis bed center starting July 21, and then an additional 3% for the year next year. Following that also is a Wyoming Medicaid payment cuts, where we'll see a 2.5% reduction in payments for the counseling services that we provide in-house to the youth that we work with. Because of COVID also, we were not able to last year, and we don't foresee it this year, being able to have our Bowl for LYCC fundraiser, which was a huge community turnout, was really a great voice to be able to get what we do out to the community, but also we'll be losing a lot of funds in the restrictions that we have to place on that. With that, I'll go ahead and take any questions that you all may have and get you onto your break.
Mr. Reynolds, I don't want you to feel rushed at all. We've tried to make sure people had plenty of time. If there's anything else you want to add or tell us about, and we'll certainly make sure there's adequate time for questions. So I don't know that you did feel that way, but I wanted to make sure that you didn't. We'll have plenty of time for our break. Chairman Gosar, any questions for Mr. Cattles?
Mayor Weaver, thank you. No questions from the commission.
All right. Appreciate that. Council members? You know, the questions I would have asked, you did a good job of answering in your presentation. You know, again, unique challenges posed this year made all the more so given the unique work that each individual nonprofit is doing. So you've all been impacted and had your situations complicated in different ways. So we need that information, and it's useful for us to know what's going on with our agencies that serve our community here. I hope that that ACES program and some of the other things are able to rebound. And as in so many other cases, I'm disturbed to hear about how the state's fiscal crisis is impacting our nonprofits here. I'm not seeing anybody else seeking recognition to ask questions right now. I do see Councilmember Cumby.
I just want to say what an important service I think you provide to the community, and having worked with women and children survivors of domestic violence, oftentimes the families are in significant states of chaos, and having the crisis center as a respite place, it has allowed, I see it allow the families to reconstitute and gain some stability, and it prevents our having to send children off to other areas and that type of thing. So I think it's an extremely important service. One question that I have for you, Mr. Cattles, is I noticed that during 2020, the DFS placements more than doubled. And I'm just curious what you think, is that related to COVID and the state of crisis that families would be in because of that?
I don't feel there is a direct relationship with COVID and what's happening there. I see it in a change in how the state and how society is viewing placement for children. Definitely looking at more restrictive placements. That's going to be coming up huge as our nation, our state, the fields that we work in look at families first. Really trying to keep children and youth in their communities with their families, utilizing community counseling services, and not going out of state, looking at the worst case scenario, or to those higher levels of placement if it's not deemed necessary. So definitely looking at those, and again, it's much like Miss Babbitt said, to echo her, it's not that these things aren't happening. We're just lucky enough to be able to find them and to have those people ask us for help to utilize the services.
Thank you very much. That helps me to understand the numbers. I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
Interesting information, ongoing conversation about those placements. Well, we appreciate your time, and thank you for telling us about this year with your program. And we will hear from you again.
Absolutely. Thank you all for the time this evening and for your continued support.
All right, folks, let's go ahead and take that 5-minute break, and see you here in 5 minutes. Councilor Schuster, thanks for hanging in there. You've been pretty quiet tonight. That's okay. This isn't always a night where there's a lot of questions. Sometimes it's just listening. next guest on the list for presentation. And on my list, I have Build Mothers, Build the Earth, and look for their presenter. Kyrie, is that you? And I'm sorry, I only have your first name on the screen, so I hope that was okay.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
All right, it's all yours.
Perfect. Thank you guys so much for the opportunity to present today, even if it is virtually and we don't get to see each other in person. I'm thankful to be here. My name is Kiri Blaney, and I'm the Executive Director of Build Mothers, Build the World. We're a pretty new nonprofit here. We were founded in November of 2019, and we have the mission to empower Wyoming women through access to post-secondary education, break the cycle of poverty in our families, and promote economic development across Wyoming through career placement and development. So what that really means in regular people terms is that we serve both married and single mothers here in Albany and Laramie counties that are attending school at UW or LCCC, and we do that through 3 different programs. So our first program and our largest program is the Elevate 307 scholarship program. That scholarship specifically helps pay for the mother's rent or daycare costs while they're attending school, because we know that those are the biggest hurdles for them to get over to be able to attend school and be successful at it. And as part of that program as well, we do monthly leadership development classes with the moms going through our program, where we bring in different speakers. We have worked with the Department of Workforce Services to do resume and career placement classes. We have done classes on emotional intelligence, conflict resolution, just lots of different skills that we think those mothers could use both in their personal lives at home, but also in school and at their future jobs as well. So that is our largest program. We have had 22 applicants so far for that program. And we were able to give out 8 scholarships between the fall and the spring, which was incredible. That was $16,000 in scholarships for those mothers. So I was super excited that we were able to do that, especially for our first year. We were able to serve 5 moms and 12 children, and it was split pretty evenly between our rent and our daycare payments. So that was great. Our second program is our tuition scholarship program. So we also have this initiated at UW through the UW Foundation, and we will be giving $1,000 scholarships to moms on campus with financial need as well to help serve them additionally with their tuition expenses. And then our third is our community classes. We host these quarterly, and obviously with everything going on, we've had some in person and some online. We have our next one coming up here on April 1st, and we are collaborating with the Nest, which is a local toy library, and they will be teaching a class on positive discipline strategies to use with our children. So that is open to anybody in the community. We've also done those classes on things like financial literacy and time management as well. So obviously, like everybody else has been saying, this year brought a lot of changes. For us, especially with our moms being in school, there was lots of, shutdowns at UW and LCCC. Moms were having to take care of kids in their home and be the primary caretakers for their children while also trying to do school and have jobs. Many of our moms had their hours cut at their jobs or completely lost them if they were employed at the university. So it was even more critically important that they had our scholarship program there to be able to support them through that trying time. So with that being said, we have seen already in the year and a half almost that we've been around an immense amount of growth and tons of women hearing about our program, reaching out. We already have several applicants for our fall 2021 program. So what we're hoping to do with our money from the community program is to be able to add at least one additional scholarship per semester. So that would be the total of the $4,000. Then we would be able to serve 5 moms for each semester. I really feel like we have an immense impact on the community, even in the short time that we've been around. And we have created tons of community connections and been able to assist our moms in reaching out and getting those other services that are provided around our community. I feel like we really serve as a hub for them to know everything that's available to them to be able to help them through this especially trying period. Is there anyone who has any questions?
Ms. Blaney, I just want to say I apologize for getting your first name wrong and the name of your organization wrong. It's Build Mothers, Build the World. I make a lot of mistakes.
Okay.
I make a lot of mistakes. So I appreciate your forgiveness and understanding. Commissioner Gosar.
Thank you, Mayor Weaver. Ms. Blaney, could you explain to me why you chose to work on this women and higher education? Why you chose that as a mission? Did you see a hole in our ability to fund that for people? Could you just talk a little bit about that, please?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I actually started the nonprofit because it was something that I was going through personally. I actually just graduated with my bachelor's in May of 2020, so very recently. And so I actually started it while I was going through myself. When I was looking at going back to school to get my bachelor's degree, I looked to see what resources were available. And there really wasn't much, especially because I am married and because my husband works full-time. We were above the federal poverty limit, and so we didn't qualify for a lot of the programs that were available. Luckily, we had family members who were able to help us, but I realized that there was a huge need in the community for other people who didn't have those resources. And so we really wanted to open up our program and be able to serve not just the single mothers, but also the married mothers, and be able to be a little bit more flexible in our program since we run off of the self-sufficiency standard rather than the federal poverty limit level.
Can I just follow up one more question?
Of course. Of course.
Tell me a little bit about that self-sufficiency standard. Is it a monetary cutoff, or what is the standard?
So it is actually developed by the Wyoming Women's Foundation, who is one of our funding partners as well. And they did a study that basically walked us through what it actually takes to live. And that's based on the county that people live in, their family type, the ages of the children, all of the different things that go into actually knowing how much it takes to live sufficiently. And so that's how we're able to kind of gauge what we need our families to be making.
Thank you so much. No further questions, Commissioner.
Thank you.
You bet. Vice Mayor Pierce.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate this conversation. Have you heard of the federal TRIO programs? Because your program is sounding very, very familiar to that program, and I know that because I spent 5 years working with that program. So, and it seems to be pretty similarly modeled. And I'm wondering if you have.
Yeah, I have heard of the TRIO program. They're on campus, right, and work with non-traditional students of all types, correct?
Yes, as well as students currently enrolled, and yes.
Yeah, I have heard of them, and I have actually sent some of our clients over to them if they're on the UW campus. What I was trying to do when I initially started was kind of gauge what the need was for something like this in our community. And I actually went to UW and tried to kind of see if they knew who they were serving that would fit under our population. And there is actually no one that tracks that. And it's kind of interesting because all of the different services that could work with the group that we're working with don't really connect with each other at all. So us being that connection and being able to, you know, help them see all of the different services, whether it's TRIO, Climb, if they don't qualify for our program, is another great one, or the Cathedral Homes community programs, like all of those different things. We try and connect them to all of those.
Yeah, Kylie, email me to my jpierce@cityoflaramie.org, because the TRIO programs are federally required to track. So so they will be able to hook you up, and I'll get you in touch with some of the folks on campus who could.
That would be fantastic.
Yeah, just email me and we'll help with this, okay?
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Pierce. Councilmember O'Doherty.
I just want to acknowledge that Kiri's name is Kiri. We messed it up a couple times. And I applaud you.
Sorry, I apologize.
While you're in school trying to do this, think that, hey, there's a need here. I should start a nonprofit. I think most people would say, if I could ever get out of here and get this finished, I will help other people. So I applaud your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. I feel very lucky to have been in Laramie because we have so many programs that help students who are interested in entrepreneurship, and especially social entrepreneurship. So that was very, very lucky of me.
Other council members for Ms. Blaney. Councilmember Cumby.
I just want to say thank you for informing us of this. I did not know of your organization, and it seems like you may fill a gap. So thank you very much. I appreciate learning more about you.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to come and get to tell people more about our program.
Councilmember Harrington. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I saw your hand. Anyone else for our guest? Kiri, I just wanted to say something very similar to what Councilor O'Doherty said, so I won't repeat that sentiment. I'll just say that I share it. And let me just say congratulations on finishing your program. For those of us that, you know, have those educational goals, it's a big deal. So congratulations, and congratulations on starting this program and the work that you're doing. And thanks for telling us about it tonight.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Have a good evening.
You too.
Okay, everybody. We've got United Way of Albany County next on our list. Looking forward to hearing from them. And I see Miss Edson. Hello.
Yep, right.
Hello. Good evening. It's all yours. Tell us what you're here to tell.
Well, thank you everybody for this opportunity and for also this partnership grant. Tonight is a little bit different for me. Normally when you hear from me, you're hearing about our 17 partner agencies and all the amazing work that they're doing in the community. But tonight I'm going to focus on our Tax FIDA program, which is a direct service that United Way provides to the community. And this program is in partnership with the University of Wyoming and the College of Business and the accounting department, and also the Laramie Plains Civic Center. We've been providing this service since 2005. And the goal of the program is not only to provide free tax income returns for households under $60,000, but also to provide education for the community too, on the importance of the earned income tax credit and other benefits that are available for low income households. And for me this year, this has been my first year volunteering at all of the sessions that we've been doing, but it's been really eye-opening as far as individuals in our community who need this assistance, but also what's been happening as far as COVID and the stimulus checks. We are seeing a lot of people coming in who did not receive access to the first few stimulus checks. And that may have been for several reasons, but one of the ones we've been seeing a lot is that they didn't file previous tax returns, or they were filed incorrectly, or they didn't meet the minimum income required by the government for filing those taxes. And so helping them make sure that that is put in place has been really critical this year. The other thing too that we mentioned in the grant that is important is those earned income tax credits for families in low income. And this program through the federal government has been shown and proven to help families and individuals and households move out of poverty. And so whether or not they're using that tax income credit for further education or essential needs such as housing, that's a critical part of our community and making sure those dollars come back to our citizens here in Albany County. I did quickly kind of want to give everyone a little update as far as how services are being given this year. Normally in a tax season, we would serve about 700 households, and it would be first come, first serve, people into a big gym or into the public library and serving them as fast as we can. This year, we've changed over to an appointment style scheduling, which has greatly reduced the amount of people that we can help just because of trying to keep things safe in that space. And so we're helping about 20 to 30 households per session, which is less than what we would hope to do on a normal year. And additionally to that, we are seeing just some accessibility things as far as people who have access to internet and computers as well. The funding that we're requesting from this grant goes towards helping keep staff with the program. It is a volunteer income and tax assistance program, but we do have a certified CPA who oversees everything, in addition to 2 interns with her, and they check every single tax return that gets filed. And this system and this model helps keep and ensure everything's accurate, and that our residents get a really good, nothing gets messed up on their tax return, which would be really bad. We also have 6 different stations, computers, technology that has to get run, and we keep an IT person on staff as well, just to make sure that everything is going well. And then as far as supplies, we print out every single household's tax return too. So there are some pretty hefty prices that come with running that type of a program. So yeah, that's pretty much everything that I had for everyone. And just to thank you all for your continued support with our VITA tax program and making sure that our community has a free service such as this to any household with an income under $60,000. And I'd love to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Edson. And let me also say it's nice to meet you as the new director for United Way. I haven't had an opportunity to have your acquaintance yet, and even if it is over video conference, it's nice to meet you and appreciate very much those updates. And you're explaining to us a little bit how you were adapting to the challenges that everybody's having to deal with. It sounds like you're still, the organization and the program is still getting a lot of good work done to help people with their income taxes, and that's great. Anyway, I just wanted to just quickly, say it's nice to meet you. And I'm going to ask Chairman Gosar if he has any questions for you or the commissioners.
Thanks, Mayor Weaver. We have no questions at the courthouse this evening so far.
Thank you very much. This is a program that we're familiar with, and so that is to your advantage, I think, Ms. Edson, because we've heard about it. But that's okay. Council members, any questions for our guest? I'm not seeing any, and so I'll just wrap this up by saying thank you very much for making some time for us tonight and coming to talk to us about the program.
Yeah, thank you guys so much, and have a good rest of your evening and hearing about all these great programs.
Thank you.
All right. We have the Salvation Army, and I see a hand and a friendly face waving at me. And I'm going to turn it over now to Ms. Schlump to talk to us from the Salvation Army.
Yes, I want to thank you so much, all of you, for doing this Zoom thing. It's just very difficult to sit here this period of time, and I appreciate your time. So my name is Sasha Schlump, and I would like to thank Mayor Weaver, City Council members, County Commissioners, and community members. So Laramie Salvation Army provides assistance to families and individuals in emergency situations to keep them in their homes. The primary support that we provide is with utility assistance and rental assistance. We have actually had a presence in some form for the past 100 years in Laramie, Wyoming. So this is an organization that's been around at various times. Laramie Salvation Army is a service extension unit. So we are a very small unit of the International Organization of Salvation Army. And that being said, we have no religious component to what we do. We don't provide any spiritual aspect, nor do we have a church associated with us. So all funds that we receive outside of what goes to overhead goes directly to the clients. It doesn't go to any church. And due to the COVID-19, yes, the greatest need has been for rental assistance. It's just been very overwhelming. So in 2019, just to give you an idea, we helped 46 individuals and 46 families with a total of $16,112. And 62% of that request occurred in July to September of 2020, our fourth quarter. So we're just slammed from the pandemic. I mean, it's been incredible. And the trend has continued on into 2020. From September to December, we helped 29 individuals and 21 families with rental assistance. Because of our funding limitations, our rental assistance cap is low. It's $250. So it's not a lot of money. So that's why I'm here tonight to talk about that. However, that being said, Denver Salvation Army has been phenomenal. They provide funding if the client is COVID-19 impacted, which means a positive COVID-19 test or a letter from the employer saying that they have had job layoff or a loss of hours. They have paid between 60 and 100% of the rental assistance for clients. But you know what? It's amazing because clients are really struggling to get paperwork in for that. And I think it's because they're overwhelmed and they're stressed out. And you know, it's just one more thing that they have to think about to get done. So it's been a real challenge to get that paperwork in for that proof. So we are a volunteer-run organization with 2 AmeriCorps volunteers, which I am one of. So all of the volunteers who are currently with Laramie Salvation Army have been with us for over 2 years. So this has been really great. We have some dedicated volunteers, and they've been able to develop some great relationships with our clients. And some of our clients have come to us every year for 4 years, once a year, to get help with utility assistance. And you know, because Wyoming is very cold during the winter, and they get really high utility bills. And one lady in particular is on oxygen. So she even has higher bills because she has an oxygen need running off of her electricity. So because of our funding capabilities, we've been able to help her stay in her home, essentially. We've also been very fortunate to be able to work with all the other nonprofits here in town. We've worked with Climb, we've worked with Family Promise, we've worked with Laramie Interfaith. In fact, last summer in 2020, we had one family, the parents were not US citizens, so they didn't get any governmental assistance at all. And it was a quite large family. So between the 3 agencies, we sustained them for 3 or 4 months. So I think that was a really great help for that family. It gave them runway and time to figure out what their next step was going to be. And also in the past, we have supported Climb. We've helped Climb with participants with rental assistance and utility as well. We have other areas of funding that we do as well, but our primary areas are utility and rental. The challenges. Well, we only got 75%, which is pretty good. I'm not complaining. 75% of our funds for bell ringing this year. So, and you know, we do a school drive, back to school drive every year. We've done it 2 years now with Albany County School District. And this last year, we got, yes, 1 bag of school supplies for donations to the Albany County School District. So that wasn't such a great drive, but we did better with the Albany County School District toy drive. The community in Laramie was just awesome, and we collected 100 toys. So I thought that was phenomenal. So in conclusion, any funds received, we would just greatly appreciate it. Anything would just make a difference for us at this point. And especially for rental assistance. And it would help us to keep people in housing and, you know, keep them warm and off the streets. So that's all I have to say. And once again, thank you for such a long evening. I really appreciate it. Are there any questions?
Well, thank you for hanging in there with us and sharing your presentation with us, and also your AmeriCorps service and your nonprofit service. We really appreciate that. I'll ask our friends over at the courthouse if they've got anything for you.
Mayor Weaver, thank you. No questions from the commission.
All right, no questions from the commission. Council members, questions for Salvation Army representative? Councilmember Gabriel, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Sasha, I was just curious about the services that you and Interfaith, you talked about working with the different agencies in the city and county. How was that worked through when you're basically doing a lot of the same thing? You're talking about rental assistance and so on.
You know, that's a very good question. And to be honest with you, post-pandemic, we had a very close relationship with Laramie Interfaith. We were actually in the same building as them. And so we shared a lot of clients, you know, so if they couldn't pay, if they had a challenge meeting the full rental request that a client came in with, we picked up the rest. And that was just a really good compliment. But now what we're seeing is we can tell when Laramie Interfaith runs out of funds. Because they come to us. I mean, that's not a bad thing. It's good. And that's why we're here. But there's definitely plenty of room and plenty of need to go around. So I really don't think we're being redundant because the need is so great right now. It's just, it's overwhelming at times. It really is. So I hope that answered your question.
Great. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gabriel. And yeah, it sounds like some of the other things we've heard tonight, there's a complementary effect between our nonprofit agencies. Any other questions for our Salvation Army guest? All right.
Thank you.
And thank you. Like I said, thanks for hanging in there and being here to talk to us this evening. Have a good rest of your night. All right. We have the Laramie Amateur Hockey Club. And I see, you know, I'm not doing too well on the name tonight, but I'm just going to try it. Is it Cara?
Kara.
It's Kara. It's Kara Montes. Thank you for joining us, Ms. Montes. Tell us what you're here to tell us about.
Well, thanks for having me tonight. I'm here on behalf of Laramie Amateur Hockey Club. I have been with the club, or my son has now, for the past 8 years, and I've held various volunteer positions within that club. Most recently, I am the club treasurer. We, as a club, believe that increasing youth hockey participation in Laramie will help improve the overall quality, health, and character of the youth in our community, and an opportunity to represent Laramie in a wholesome activity across our great state of Wyoming and neighboring region. We are asking for a one-time request to purchase rink divider boards. These boards will allow the club to host cross-ice jamborees and tournaments. Cross-ice hockey is great for our 8U players. It gives them a great feel for the game on a smaller scale, and the 3v3 games for our older skaters. These tournaments attract teams from all over the state and region, generating revenue for the city of Laramie through hotels, restaurants, and downtown shopping. Currently, the club has approximately 98 skaters we do also have an initiation program. That initiation program is typically geared for the younger kids to kind of get a feel, see if they like hockey. We offer that at no cost, and with the hope that they love hockey and they want to move up into their appropriate age level group. It's been a great program, and with use of these dividers, we will be able to share ice easier during practices, as well as allow for those tournaments and jamborees to come to town. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you for that presentation, Ms. Montez. You know, like a lot of folks, they get involved in their kids' activities.
Yeah.
I know from being pretty good friends with some hockey parents, you folks go the extra mile with that activity. Chairman Gosar, do you have any questions for our guest?
Thank you, Mayor Weaver. No questions.
All right, council members. Don't see anybody. And I would just say thank you for your time and hanging in there with us tonight on the video meeting. And we appreciate it. And we hope that you have a good rest of your night.
You as well. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. All right. We'll go to the Laramie Bike Net. And I see a face and a hand waving at me, and it looks like it's Chris Smith. And you're up to tell us what you'd like to tell us about tonight, Ms. Smith.
All right. Hi, everybody. Hey, is there a chance to share a screen? I made a little slideshow, but if not, no worries.
If it's important to your presentation, I think we're okay with it. What I would ask you to do is send it to the city clerk's email.
Oh, look, let's just, I don't need it. I just thought it would be a nice visual, but that's okay.
You can send it still later for us to take a look at, which would be happy to do. So go ahead and give your presentation and just email it to us, and we'll take a look at it.
I will do that. Okay.
If you have time to make it, we might as well let you share it with us. Anyway,
right. Okay. Thank you. All right. Hey, everybody. My name is Christy Smith, and yeah, I am a board member on Laramie Bike Net. I am an avid cyclist. My family are cyclists. We are also snowshoers, hikers, skiers. We love to access our public lands, especially right in our backyard at the Happy Jack Recreation or area, the Pull Creek Mountain area. And thank you on behalf of Laramie Bike Net for the opportunity to apply for this grant as well. Our grant is specifically for our Winter Trails Grooming Program. It's a fairly new program. And it's also in partnership with the Medicine Bow Nordic Association. So Laramie Bike Net was established in 1996. We are a nonprofit organization. We have a really simple mission, which is to make cycling safe, convenient, and fun for all ages and for folks in Southeast Wyoming. We're associated with a lot of programs, a lot of projects. I personally think one of our most successful projects was the development of the multi-use trail system at the schoolyard, which is the trail system just east of Jacoby Ridge there, which is now being transferred to the Pilot Hill project, which is very exciting for us. And then, so yeah, then our newest kind of, I think a very popular program now is this Winter Trails program that we've developed a few years ago. So Laramie Bike Net purchased a machine. It's called the Snow Dog. And I was going to show you a picture of it, but you'll have to wait and see in the slide. But the Snow Dog is the machine that grooms the trails, the multi-use trails up at Happy Jack. And it's about a 2-foot wide track. And once it settles a little bit, it's great for fat biking and hiking and snowshoeing and running. Dogs love it. Skiers, cross-country skiers like it. So that's what the Snow Dog does. So our grant request is specifically for that program, and cost associated with the program includes just maintenance of that snow dog. It kind of looks like a snowmobile. So it requires a lot of maintenance. It requires fuel. Our program also, we partnership with Medicine Bow Nordic Association for the Forest Service permit in order to groom those trails. And then also we provide stipends to our snow dog groomers, or snow doggers, as we call them. And those guys do a lot of work. They get up in the middle of the night to go pack that fresh snow. And also, you know, on those really snowy or windy days, they remove a lot of trees from the trails, which is a lot of work. So those guys do a lot of work for us on our trails. So the program, pretty sure it improves the quality and character and health of our community. It's a beloved service that we love to provide to the MUT users. And we also have a trail counter up at the Happy Jack parking area, and it captures everyone who uses the trails, but it also captures the people that use that sledding hill. So I'm just going to give you some numbers here. So just keep in mind that it's not just you know, the people using the trails, but you know, a lot of it is those sledders as well. And this is just one of 3 access points that people can access these trails. So between January and May of 2020, the weekly totals averaged up to 2,000 users. An average daily visit in December of 2020 reached almost 200 users. It appears that between noon and 2 p.m. Is the most popular time to visit the area and the trails, and an average of 18 users per hour. And then of course, the most popular days to access that area is Friday, Saturday, and Sundays. And from when you see that slide, you'll see that in May of 2020, there is just this huge spike of users because, right, no one was working. They were all up playing. So that was kind of an interesting thing to make that correlation. We also know that the MUT trails in our you know, our packing program attracts visitors from all over because fat bikers, they seek out these trails. And so we know that a lot of people are coming up from Colorado, Dakotas, you know, to ride these trails of ours. And so we're pretty proud of that fact. We also continuously update the public regarding the grooming report. So you can go to LaramieBikeNet.org, and we kind of have a history of our grooming. We also post it on social media, you know, to kind of encourage folks to get up there and get on those trails. We annually raise funds through our membership drives, donations, and events. However, you know, grants like these really help our program. And so we just appreciate this opportunity. Do you have any questions?
Thanks for telling us about that stuff. I'll check with Chairman Gosar, see if he's got anything for you.
Thank you, Mayor Weaver. Love the term snow dogger. Fantastic. And we don't have any questions.
All right. Yeah, I'm regretting that we didn't get a chance to take a look at the machine, but we'll get it later. Council members, questions for our guests? Well, it's interesting to hear about this, and it's cool to hear about all the volunteer work that goes into maintaining those trails, and that it's not just Laramie folks getting to enjoy that, but we've got people from Colorado and other states coming in and taking advantage of that stuff as well, which is something we want happening for our community. So we appreciate you telling us about those things and giving a shout out to some of the other programs that you did. And we also want to thank you for hanging in there to make your presentation to us tonight, and have a good rest of your night.
You bet. Good night.
Thanks. Next up is the Pilot Hill Incorporated, and we have Sarah Brown Matthews. Welcome. It's good to see you. I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Weaver, Commissioner Gosar, and city council members and commissioners, as well as all of the community members that are here on our screen. I'm honored to be able to be here tonight to talk with you about a new request for community partner funding to support the Pilot Hill project. I also want to just give a shout out and a note of thanks to your city clerk, Nancy Oakland Potter. She agreed to help me with a little presentation. So hopefully this different view of your screen will break up the evening a little bit for you if Nancy can get that up for me. I think all of you are probably pretty aware of the Pilot Hill project. This truly was the vision of both the county commissioners and the city. In 2017, when the private property owner that owned the Pilot Hill property came to this community, to the university and the county commissioners with an offer to allow the community to purchase this property for our recreational use and to protect our aquifer. A lot of people kind of looked at each other and thought, we have no idea how we're going to do this, but we'll make it happen. It's important to our community. And fortunately, the commissioners were brave and they put their names on the contract to secure the opportunity to purchase it, and then pulled together a really smart team of people with the oversight committee to try to figure out how to do it. That 1-year commitment by the oversight committee turned into about a 3-year project of trying to be very creative in looking at different ways to secure the land. And as you know, they were successful in doing that through both a state land exchange and through a purchase by the University of Wyoming. So Nancy, if you'll move to the next slide, just in addition to purchasing the land, a big effort by this committee was to really determine how the community wanted us to use it. Nancy, you want to move it one more for me? And with that, one back. With that, they really reached out in a variety of ways through surveys, through community meetings, through stands at local farmers markets and Jubilee days, et cetera, to try to determine what it is that the city really had and the community members really had in mind for this property. There was a really strong voice from all of our community that one of the most important things is that we manage the property in a way that is protecting first and foremost the Casper Aquifer Recharge Zone. And that came out loud and clear in all of the meetings that we held with the community. Second to that, and kind of in concert with that, was also the need for the ability of the community members to enjoy this area as a recreational benefit to the citizens. We know that by allowing the opportunity for people to get out into nature, to be in open space areas, and to have non-motorized recreational opportunities right out our back door is going to really help support part of the city goals of the Thrive Plan, which is the overall improvement of our quality of life and health for our citizens. But it would also allow us the opportunity to have spaces where our school groups, our university students, our citizens can go out and have educational resources and site-based learning areas that will serve the community in mental health and in lifelong learning aspects of our lifestyles as well. The other thing that came out loud and clear was that there's a lot of really critical habitat on this property for wildlife, and that's a value that everyone in our community seemed to share. So taking all of that information into consideration, the land use plan chose to honor those features and really try to take a balanced approach to this property development. In that, it was recognized that at least 3,000 acres of the property needed to be set aside primarily for wildlife habitat use and as a management area that would focus on those needs, and that's the 3,000 acres in the southern portion of the property. and that the recreation corridor would be extremely beneficial if it could both connect the city trails and the University of Wyoming property directly to the Medicine Bow National Forest. So fortunately, 4,000 acres of the property that are primarily in the northern portion of Pilot Hill are going to be developed to do just that. Nancy, do you want to move on to the next slide? Again, all of this was made possible because of the tremendous support that we had, not only from the city and the county and the university, but all of our partners in the Game and Fish, the U.S. Forest Service, state parks, Laramie Rivers Conservation District, the University of Wyoming Hobbs School, YGISC, the list goes on and on. Certainly the BikeNet community was a factor in this as well, in agreeing that it made sense to collaborate and allow Pilot Hill to take over management of the schoolyard section and the terrific trails that they had already developed on the property. So again, a huge part of our effort was to really listen to the community and make sure that we were engaging people not only in large group meetings like these, but in small home gatherings and in all kinds of presentations to clubs and service organizations over the year of planning that went into the land use plan. Nancy, do you want to move on to the next slide? So here is just a picture of what the master plan looks like. This certainly will take us numerous years to build out, but as I mentioned, the northern portion of the property will be primarily the recreation corridor. The southern portion of the property will be maintained primarily with a focus on really soft recreation with one multi-user trail in that area, the opportunity for hunting, but also seasonal closures to protect the wildlife that really rely on those great canyons up above as winter protective area to live in. The request that we are making has to do with phase one of the build out, which is where we are now, having secured the property. We need to now put some shovels to dirt and get this area opened up so that it can also support part of the city's goals and the economic needs of the community to maximize the area so that we can enhance tourism in our community and bring in more recreational users from all over the region with events, with school clinics, with races and that type of thing. So Nancy, if you move to the next slide, this is the phase one plan. We anticipate that this will take at least 3 years to build out fully, but our goal for this coming spring is to complete trails 9, 10, which 9 and 10, which will connect the schoolyard system all the way to the top of Pilot Hill. And then also trail 12, which is the connecting trail that will connect to the Forest Service land to our south, providing a route for people to access Pilot Hill from the top to the bottom for those recreational users that have the stamina. Trails 9 and 10 are both fairly simple trails. They're going to be what's called primitive design, meaning that it'll be like a simple hiking trail that you've experienced in any of our forest areas. Those trails are about 6 miles worth of brand new trail that, as you can see, will create a lower loop for people that want to just go part way up the Pilot Hill property, and then also a longer route leading all the way to the top. Trail 12 is what's called an enhanced trail. So it's wider, it's 48 inches wide rather than about 36. So 4 feet wide rather than 3 feet wide. A little more built out in terms of the fact that it's set up in a way that hikers of all ages, especially some of our great seniors on the go from the Epson Center and families with young children, can really get up to can enjoy the property from the top, have the viewscape of Laramie looking down below. There will be some benches and picnic tables, of course, up above. that will also be attractive to users. We know that the Front Range of Colorado is keeping an eye on this project. They're looking for opportunities to spend more recreational time and hopefully dollars in Albany County. We know that the user system will attract not only hikers and mountain bikers, but also horseback riding groups. We've had lots of interest from these organizations reaching out to us already to find out what opportunities they'll have in the Pilot Hill area. And we also know that this is going to be something that's going to grow over the years and become a real benefit to the Laramie community. Because of that, we are currently engaging with the University of Wyoming's College of Business, the Community Center for Business and Economic Analysis, to be proactive in setting up economic analysis studies that will be starting this year based on multiple different layers of information, but including trail counters on the property and surveys with users, so that we can really quantify and qualify how this is going to make an impact for Albany County and the city of Laramie in an economic way. The request that we have for you today is to help us fund this first 7 miles of trails on the Pilot Hill project. It's going to be expensive. We're anticipating at least $100,000 to get the first 7 miles completed. That's working with AmeriCorps, Wyoming Conservation Corps labor. It's also incorporating lots of other projects on the property with local volunteers, Boy Scout and Girl Scout troops, etc., to really make this place a reality. And our goal is to try to get those open and completed, hopefully by the end of June, so that we can leverage the opportunities that the property offers to the town throughout the nicer summer months of the week of July 4th and into the fall in Laramie. So that's all I have for my presentation tonight. Your support is and your time is gratefully accepted if you choose to add us to the list of community partners that you so generously fund for every year. And we are grateful for this opportunity to apply for this funding. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. This is a project that we have some familiarity with, but that doesn't preclude further questions. Chairman Gosar, anything for Pilot Hill project?
Thank you, Mayor Weaver. No questions from the commission.
All righty. Council members? Councilmember Gabriel?
Thank you, Mayor. I know it's getting late, but Sarah, just briefly, could you talk a little bit about motorized, non-motorized use of the trails?
Yeah, certainly, Pat. All of the agreements that we have for the property state clearly that it'll be non-motorized use only. That was one of the sales purchase agreements in the purchase agreement, initial purchase agreement. It also is critical to helping protect the aquifer recharge zone. So there will be, of course, emergency access on the property by search and rescue by the Sheriff's Department if needed. There will also be times that you might see motorized access on the property to remove trash or do other maintenance activities, but it will not be recreational use on the property. We do anticipate, of course, that there might be on some of the universally accessible trails the need for, say, a motorized wheelchair, and that would be considered a reasonable use on those trails. Did that answer your question?
Great, thank you. You bet, thanks.
Any other questions? All right. Well, let me just say thank you, and thanks for staying on the line for us to give us the presentation and tell us a little bit more about what's currently happening with a big project that's going to be ongoing. We appreciate it.
Thank you all again for your time tonight.
Next up, we have the Laramie Railroad Depot, and I see Mr. Moore is here and ready to join us, and so I'll turn it over to you.
All right, thanks a lot for giving me this opportunity. And first of all, I want to say I don't envy you guys at all. There's a lot of great organizations tonight that have given presentations, and a lot of great people in this community. My name's Carl Moore. I'm one of the volunteers down at the depot, currently serving as the secretary, have been for a few years. The depot has been hit pretty hard by the pandemic. One of our major sources of income for the depot is through rentals. We use that funding to maintain it and to operate it and keep the lights on. Another big gap in our funding from the pandemic is because of the lack of community events, and we don't get people walking through, seeing our wonderful building, wonderful museum, and giving us donations along the way. So we've been hit pretty hard by the pandemic. Luckily, we were able to get a CARES grant last year to keep the lights on and keep some maintenance going. One of the things, the mission of the depot is to preserve and promote the railroad history in Albany County. One of my main focuses since I've been there is with children in the community. A few years ago, probably about 4 or 5 years ago, my 12-year-old son at the time donated some of his model trains to build a couple of layouts for kids to use. And if anybody's been to the depot during one of our open houses, you can see, you would know how popular those layouts are. The kids actually get to run the trains, play with them. Of course, some of the kids are pretty young, don't know what they're doing. They take quite a bit of abuse. And this year we decided we need to upgrade those things, get them ready to go, hopefully for a big open house at the end of this pandemic when some of the restrictions lift. And as we were doing that, we decided maybe we should create a program where some of the kids in the community can help us restore those layouts. We have a lot of young kids that are interested in trains, model trains, the trains that go by on the tracks outside. And we'd like to use them to help rebuild these model railroads. Teach them a little bit about electronics, electricity, scenery development and things like that. And plus they get a good healthy dose of history of Laramie and Wyoming and how the railroad is important to all of that. So our plan right now is, if we get some funds, is to create it's called a junior conductor program, and we're gonna advertise it, get some kids involved. We don't want to just be a babysitting service, so it's going to be something that they have to kind of reach out to us to get involved in. But we're looking at having once monthly or twice monthly sessions down at the depot where these kids actually get to go in there, lay some track, we'll help wire them up, do some scenery development, and get these layouts back into a condition where if we do get to have an open house later on this year or sometime in the near future, these things are ready to go. As we started talking about that, the people in the depot, we got a couple of old grandparents, a couple of old grandmothers, got really excited about having kids around the depot, and they kind of carried on and decided we wanted to have a reading program so that they could sit down with some kids and read some train books, read some history books about Wyoming. And actually get some of these junior conductors involved. They heard about the possibility of it, and they want to read to little kids as well. So if you guys are gracious enough to grant us some of this money, that's where it's going to go. We're going to rebuild some of these layouts and hopefully get some kids down at the depot, get them excited about trains, railroad history, and how it affects Laramie and the community and its development. Keep it quick. Any questions?
Thank you, Carl. Appreciate that. Cool to hear about the programming ideas. For the commissioners first.
Thank you, Mayor Weaver. No questions from the commission.
All right. Thumbs up from Commissioner Richardson. All right. Council members? All right. Well, thanks for staying on the line with us, and we do appreciate hearing about all the programs and those ideas. And we thank you for sharing some of your time with us tonight. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right. Next up, we have Relative Theatrics. See, Ms. Sam Mason is with us, and thank you for waiting. And we'll turn it over to you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Weaver, commissioners and councilors. Thank you all so much for taking the time this evening to hear from the many impactful organizations that make Laramie and Albany County a better place to call home. I'm Ann Mason. I am the founder and producing artistic director of Relative Theatrics, and I'm proud to have fostered the growth of this local nonprofit theater company since founding the organization in 2013. Our mission is to present thought-provoking theater that examines the joining qualities of the human race. Taking artistic risk, we provide a community gathering place where thoughts can be exchanged about society, culture, and the power of creativity. And the Relative Theatrics experience draws audience members into the world of our plays and sparks civic dialogue. In an effort to further audience engagement, we provide resources and discussion questions in our play programs, and we believe that our work goes beyond entertainment, as demonstrated by the myriad partnerships that we have with local organizations that nurture community building, as well as with university entities that strengthen the town-to-gown relationship in Laramie. During the pandemic, we have continued to create art and bring folks together virtually, further establishing a name for ourselves and for the role of Laramie in the Wyoming arts community. Last March, we quickly pivoted to virtual programming, offering Zoom readings and on-demand streaming productions, including the world premiere of And the Wind Howls, a new play that we commissioned, which highlights the lifestyles and struggles of Wyoming women. We also hosted a free screening and discussion of the play with the Albany County Public Library and the Albany County League of Women Voters. Relative Theatrics has donated time and services to local nonprofits such as United Way and Family Promise of Albany County for online fundraising events during the pandemic. And we will continue to produce plays with community organization partnerships, including teaming up with Laramie Interfaith for our upcoming fall production of Riding Bicycles in the Rain, which is a lovely story about a small town gal that returns home after 10 years being away to care for her ailing father. Our events happen throughout the year, and we're nimble enough to pivot to new approaches and to meet community needs as they arise. The creative problem solving demonstrated by our staff and artists are a major contributing factor to our growth as a thriving local arts organization. Prior to the COVID pandemic, our ticket sales were increasing annually, and we do expect that trend to continue when we are able to return to the live theater. Due to the continued growth of our audiences, our programming has expanded, and we have hired a part-time assistant to help with patron communication. We also have hired a director of virtual programming and have incurred extra expenses for technical equipment. In the fall of 2020, we started an apprenticeship program, which attracts 4 young theater artists to Laramie to learn about the various aspects of producing theater over the course of a year. The program has been a big success, and we will continue to hire apprentices into the future, bolstering the core of young professionals in our town. With this production expansion, there is an increase in production costs. We wish to keep ticket prices at a reasonable and accessible level while finding ways to pay for these costs and to compensate our artists for the greater workload. Currently, our artists receive only a small amount of compensation for their roles in the creation process. The majority of their time and resources are donated in kind. So it is our goal to increase pay to our artists in order to compensate them fairly. We are incredibly grateful to the city and the county for awarding us funding in the past, which has counted toward matching funds for grants from the Wyoming Arts Council and Wyoming Humanities. The monies Relative Theatrics received this past year have already allowed us to impact over 1,700 audience members at our virtual plays and readings, who have shared with us that Relative Theatrics is a major resource for Laramie. This year, we are seeking an increased funding in order to produce a season of high-quality plays and community events for Albany County residents from July of 21 to June of 22. And we look forward to being live again, hopefully this fall, and we'll produce 4 contemporary plays and a series of readings of new plays. We also plan to continue with the virtual shows to enhance our programming portfolio. Relative Theatrics improves the quality, character, and economic health of Laramie and Albany County in myriad ways. A thriving cultural scene helps to attract and retain new businesses and a young, active workforce. We contribute to the Laramie community by collaborating with local organizations, by producing plays that can often only be seen in large cities, and by providing a community gathering place for civil discourse.
We contribute to the Laramie economy, partnering with local businesses for cross-promotion and by bringing in audience members, playwrights, and apprentices from other communities, as well as by producing theater that allows us to support local artists. Ultimately, our innovative work helps Laramie by contributing to the economic growth and stability, and by adding a vital element to a vibrant local art scene that vastly improves the quality of life here in Albany County. So thank you so much for your time and consideration this evening. And at this point in time, I am happy to answer any questions that you might have for me.
Thank you very much. We'll start over with the commissioners first.
Thank you, Mayor Weaver. No questions, but we do have a comment from Commissioner Ibarra.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to say it also contributed to mental health by allowing an outlet to art and all. And, you know, it was easy to get stuck on watching a lot of things from Netflix, but it was so wonderful to be able to see people reading some wonderful productions or acting out, and I've really enjoyed that. So thank you for all the de-stressing and the entertainment you've brought us virtually. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You know, when everything sort of shut down back in March and April, it was a moment where we sort of just, it was like, you know, lifting a car off of your child. Like, you don't think, you just act. And I think we recognized that was a need when people were really struggling with this total life change, that access to the arts and to stories of people overcoming challenges was absolutely necessary. And so we just had to find a way to pivot to continue our work.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No more questions for the commission.
Appreciate it, and appreciate those comments from Commissioner Ibarra. Council members? Councilmember Gabriel.
Thank you, Mayor. And I remember your enthusiastic presentation a year ago when you were actually in council chambers. That was nice to see. Great to see you still have that enthusiasm, even though we've all been through this COVID situation. And just great work. Keep it up. That's so good for the community. And I think all of us really appreciate the work that you do.
Thank you so much. Hopefully this is a good boost of energy for you to make it through the rest of the night. You, I commend you all, and I'm so grateful for the time you've taken this evening.
It's an important meeting for the council. Let me just say that I think Relative Theatrics is a proven valuable and popular program for Laramie, and we really recognize the resilience that you guys have had over the past year with continuing to provide programs for people that are entertaining, yes, but they're also, as was mentioned earlier, valuable in other ways for people. They help people think. They can be cathartic for people, help people maybe have some context for their own feelings. So thank you for hanging out and waiting and providing us with your presentation. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Have a wonderful night.
You too. All right, folks, we're moving right along. Next up is Science Loves Art. And I see Ms. Williams, and I'll turn it right over to you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much. It's been great listening to all of these presentations. I think so many times we come in and we give our talk and then we go on, but I loved hearing all of the presentations, and so many of the groups that presented today are some of our collaborators. But what I want to kind of just introduce myself a little bit more to you guys and our mission. I started Science Loves Art as a concept several years ago, and we became a nonprofit in 2018. And our mission is to bring art and science together through discovery and creation with the community. So it started off, I received a grant as an artist through the Wyoming EPSCoR to help them with outreach. And it was my passion, and it's my our mission is to find these children that are at risk and maybe isolated in rural communities. So before COVID, when everybody was isolated, I developed some kits, and these kits have been distributed across Wyoming, but are primarily, we have collaborated with many of the organizations in Laramie, especially during the COVID this last year, as there has been a need for activities for the children, but not just activities, but I mean, our kits are more than just an art activity. It's about an experience where they can create art with their family and learn about science and explore nature. So we basically work with homeschools, after school programs, but we also provided kits to the Crisis Center, the Cathedral Home. We've sent them several rounds of our kits, Big Brothers, Big Sisters. We work with them statewide and for their after school program and for matching. The Albany County Library. I'm in a 4-H program now, so I will be expanding our programs with the 4-H groups. I'm becoming a scholar, going through training right now with Jane Creighton. And I work with the United Way. We collaborated on some fundraising. We donated kits to Family Promise to all of their children. A couple times we've donated to Laramie Foster Closet. They picked up 45 kits yesterday that we hope every single foster child that they're taking care of right now will receive a kit. We worked with Laramie Public Art Coalition last year. They worked with us to organize a mural that you may have seen outside of our studio here. But we used some of the funding to actually pay musicians and artists for their services. And during a time when they were really lacking in experiences of performing or creating art. So Science Loves Art provided about $1,000 of funding to the artists and the musicians for that. So I wanted to also, the Fermentation Festival was a great success, and we really appreciated all of the work that Nancy did in the city and the Albany County Health in making sure that that was possible. We had 250 attendees. We asked for donations for entrance so that we could keep track of how many entrants we had, and we had to turn people away. But this is turning into one of our biggest fundraisers, not only for Science Loves Art to raise money for our kits, but it's a great opportunity for the community to learn about fermentation and healthy lifestyle. It's a family event. It provided you know, like I said, the opportunity for the artists and the musicians. So those are kind of the main objectives that we have. The funding that we received from you guys last year, and we appreciate it so much, not from the city and the county. Every $10 that we receive, we can create a kit. One kit can be given to an after school program or a group for 4. This recently, because of COVID and the need for all of the children to have their own little kit, we have created these little kits. They're little, they look like coffee mugs. I don't know if you can see, but they're lightweight. We can transport them easily. We can send them and drop them off. We can mail them, ship them, but they come with all of the supplies. And then we have a little YouTube channel that has videos that most of the children have been able to access, that explain and go along and give a personal touch to all of the projects. We've had so many great comments and feedback from all of our collaborators within Laramie and Albany County, how it has really helped their children and their community with their mental health issues, as we were just discussing about the theater. I really see that our purpose has changed so much from providing art experiences to the general public through workshops here. It's kind of changed into these projects that our community partners can enhance their existing programs. So we've really created so many partnerships, and I think we have an appreciation for collaborations. How can we help the library create more projects that enhance what they're already doing? So we we're just going to keep growing all of those programs that we've already established. But I can't do everything, and this is my passion, and I volunteer all my time. We had a program director that she had a baby. She couldn't continue on. She's moving on. Her husband, anyway, we're going to hire a part-time person. That's in our budget. I do work and create the kits, design the kits, and we use other artists and scientists and get their input, create them, put their input in our videos. So that's kind of the gist of it. I had a whole speech, I was going to read it, but then I just wanted to talk to you. So I hope it wasn't too mumbly jumbly, and I hope that I got the point across.
It was just great, Ms. Williams, and it was really great to hear about all the collaboration and cooperation with the other agencies and how you guys all kind of pull together and pitch in. Just sticking with our format, I'll check with the commissioners before I go to the council members.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just one quick question. I think Ms. Williams undersells her program because I took some of those kids and shipped them off to former Wyoming kids in California, and they loved them. And so I'm maybe a regional distributor for your organization. I'm not sure. I'm probably not going to get any rich with my regional distribution network, but they loved it. So thank you, Renee. Those are awesome. They love it.
Oh, thank you so much. You know, what's interesting is we reevaluated, because the first year we received grant money, we were just giving away kits left and right. And then we realized we're not going to be able to continue to function. And so with some mentoring, we had advice from different groups that said, you know, you can scale it back. You don't have to give everything away. So we've got a retail base now. We've got a nonprofit base, the homeschool, and then if they apply for a scholarship, families and communities, you know, they receive the kits for free. But what has been really great, and since you mentioned that, is we put these on Etsy just to see what would happen, to see if we could get some retail sales, and we promoted it, and we just let them know we're a nonprofit, and every kit you buy will help us pay for 2 more kits for a child. And so we've sold over 200 to every single state, and they know that they're made in Wyoming. We put on there, made in Wyoming. These are assembled, designed, and made in Wyoming. So it means a lot that you had confidence in us to send it to California.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead, Heber.
Oh, I just realized I was talking over Renee, so I have to apologize. We bought a bunch of these kits from Cullen, from Renee's son, at a downtown event, and our kids love them. So I'm glad that when we bought them, it pays for more for somebody who can't pay for them. We've had fun with them, and it really is science and art at the same time.
Well, as part of the 4-H Maker program, we talk a lot. It reinforces kind of like the philosophy that when kids can make something, they engage in it more, whether it's science or math or English or literature. If they can make something and experience it, it brings up more questions like, why does the paint float, and what can I do with this? So it means a lot that you, you know, that you purchased the kits and that your kids liked it. And just so you know, we designed the kit so that the supplies can be replenished. So all of the supplies are reusable. All you need is more paper and paint or whatever your kit is. So come by and we'll give you more of those supplies.
Well, interestingly, my wife is in education, and she says the best way to cement a concept is that process. You know, get to do it and see it and sort of hypothesize and then discover whether what they thought was going to happen happens and all of that kind of stuff. So they're really good.
Well, it's interesting that the whole idea has evolved. It started with just providing children with an experience, but now it's we're seeing feedback from these other community partners that it is about, like, it gives them something to look forward to at the end of the day or the beginning of the day. It's a light in their day when they're isolated in their room. So, you know, it's kind of evolved.
Renee, what's your creative engine? How do you, I mean, like you have certain kits that you make, but is there, and they have to be done economically and they have to be doable, you know, fairly simple, but also teach. And I'm curious where you get your ideas from to do the kits.
Well, I want something that's abstract, because I think so many children turn away from art, or they turn away from science because it's too hard, or they don't think they're good at it. So they need to be abstract. It needs to be something that everyone is good at, and it needs to be something that the science creates the art. So with the Suminagashi marbling, the ink sits on top of the water, and that is your canvas, and whatever is there, you can print on paper, and that's your final piece. But the fun thing about that is they could blow on it. They can have this interaction with how they're going to create their artwork. And I think the main thing is they have to go away thinking that they are good at art and they learn something with science and they're proud of what they made. So those are pretty much.
It's funny that you say that, because we totally did all of those things and it was impossible to screw it up.
Yeah, it is impossible to screw it up. Even if you mix your colors or the colors blend, it's like, you know, it's the unexpected, and that's how life is, right? You know, you can't always plan everything.
Well, so my youngest is 8 and up to like 17, right? So all of my kids, because I have 5 of them, they could all do the same kit and all have fun doing it. It wasn't like it was for.
No, and that's the other criteria. It has to be able to be used from ages like 5 to 96, because we also think this is really important for older people. It helps their brain when they can like still use their hand-eye coordination and create something beautiful. They can make cards for their family. So that's the goal.
You did good.
Thank
I like it.
It makes me happy that it's, you know, some of the goals were accomplished, because it is hard to do the packaging and try to make that, you know, recyclable if possible, and lightweight to mail. You know, we don't want to pay a lot in postage, easy to assemble. So all of that. So, but I like doing it. And my passion is children that sit at home and don't have art supplies down the street, or they aren't involved with any extracurricular activities. You know, a lot of families don't have parents that take them to summer camps or you know, these extra events. And so if with a kit, it's a possible way that they can enjoy that, you know, and they don't have to have a lot of supervision. It's kind of, they can explore. So.
Yep. Thank you.
Good. Thank you.
Okay. Council members? All right. Well, Ms. Williams, thank you very much for staying on the line with us and for your presentation and your conversation and the things that you shared with us. We really appreciate it and hope you have a good rest of your evening. What's left of it.
I know. Thank you so much for everything. And I really appreciate all of you guys.
Thank you. Have a good night. All right. We have the Wyoming Women's Business Center up next, and I see someone who I think is here to talk to us about that. I only see the first name, so I'll just have to say hello, Wendy, and welcome, and we're ready for you.
Wonderful. Well, thank you, everyone, for hosting me tonight and having a late evening with all of us. What an amazing program. I want to go buy one of those kits now for my friends. But it's great to be here. And actually, it's great to be back in Laramie. I recognize some names on the top. My name is Wendy Fanning. I am the new executive director for the Wyoming Women's Business Center. The Business Center is a nonprofit organization who is dedicated to Wyoming entrepreneurs and helping Wyoming entrepreneurs achieve success through either starting a new business or expanding a business. We focus on women who are economically or socially disadvantaged, and we do this through business training, business counseling, our microfinance program. But we also have a very vibrant artist development program through Works of Wyoming, which is our retail store downtown. And excuse me, it was created to really help artists increase their business knowledge through artist development, about pricing their work, writing an artist statement. But also part of that, and this is the focus of this proposal to the city and the county, is to help expand and focus on our workshops and our outreach program to offer and give back to our community. So, excuse me, we're making that connection to our community. We want to offer workshops for the artists that sell at the store. And so I'm going to be quick because it is quite late. And so, but is there any questions for me? I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, we want to make sure that everybody has adequate time, but we appreciate the brevity. And we'll just follow the format, go to the commissioners.
No questions for the commission. Thank you, Mr. Boyer.
All right, thank you very much. Council members for Ms. Fanning. Well, let me just say, we do appreciate you waiting and hanging in there like everybody else, and the information that you shared with us. And the Business Center is a program that we're familiar with, so that works to your advantage in terms of being able to be brief, but also with those of us here to listen to presentations tonight, because we do know about it, we are familiar with it. And so we would just say thank you for the information that you shared, and we appreciate it very much.
Well, thank you all for your time, and thank you all that you do for our community. And I appreciate your time this evening. Bye-bye.
Same. I got to tell you, commissioners, council members, after all these presentations, I don't feel like I do all that much for the community. How about you? But let's keep going, and we'll go to Friends of Community Recreation. I think we got Mr. Caffer here. I think that's who he's presenting for. There he is. Hey, Josh, welcome.
Nancy, I do have some slides just for some pictures if you're there, but if not, no worries. Basically, Friends of Laramie Skate Park, we run programming and build the skate park. As many of you know, we, over the last 7 years, have funded the skate park expansion, which is really going to happen this year. We're in contract negotiations with the builder, and it should be built at the latest by the fall, at the earliest by the end of summer. So what I'm here presenting, if you want to skip, Nancy, you can show them that second one and then skip to the last one. Basically, we run programming, free and fee learn to skate programming at the Laramie Skate Park. We're excited to expand that programming beyond the skate park and add the equipment and also a pop-up skate park to bring our programming to schools and to parks, to events around town, around the county, and beyond. Essentially, our dream is to have a home for this community that's year-round, protected eventually. So we're looking to build revenue eventually, but mostly we just want to reach out to the kids who don't have access to Levante, who don't, who find the big park scary, or, we're really building this expansion for those kids and beginners of all ages to have progressive terrain And we would really love to be able to bring our programming, which I think has been really successful, to schools and to the people who don't see it, who don't live by the park, who don't have access. So that's what I'm proposing, and we really appreciate the funding that you guys gave us last year, and we look forward to working with everyone down the list. I'm so excited for tonight because I get to see all these people who are major stakeholders in our community all in one place. If you have any questions, hit me up.
Thank you, Josh. That's kind of how we feel about it too. And you deserve a big thanks for your commitment to this project and all the years that you put into it. Commissioner Gosar.
Just a comment, Josh, thank you for that. I think that mobile unit is really cool. And if I wasn't 53 years old, I might just take up skate. You know, I'm pretty fragile, so I might break, but that makes me want to skate. Thanks, man.
There's safety equipment too, man. We got it.
Oh, man. All right. Who else?
Everybody's getting punchy.
Yeah, I think you might be right, Josh. But that's all right. That's okay.
But seriously, come on down.
Council members, you have any questions for Mr. Capper? All right. Well, we mean it. We really appreciate the work that you do. Thanks for hanging in there tonight and giving us a little information. Have a good night. Okay. Moving on the list. We're almost through the list, folks. And we have the Laramie Plains Civic Center, and I am happy to see the Laramie Plains Civic Center Director, Kim Middlestat. Welcome, and I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Hopefully you all can hear me all right. I'm going through a cough right now, so I apologize if I'm coughing throughout this. But I'm pretty sure most of, if not all of you, are familiar with the Civic Center. But if any of you guys have questions, feel free to let me know. But I'll just hop right into our proposal. So we currently have 3 sections of our building that mostly due to consistent wear and tear of just general use around the building, along with previous deterioration that desperately need to be maintained. Mostly because they expose an asbestos risk. 2 of those are flooring issues. One is at the main entrance on the north side of our building. Another one is on a main hallway on the 3rd floor. And then the final is a ceiling issue from previous, before we had gotten our roof repaired, from water damage that had then exposed the asbestos in the ceiling. So all 3 of these are very critical areas. As in general, and as with everyone else here, we have definitely been hit really hard by COVID. Pretty much since March of last year, we had to close down all of our facilities, which meant our theater was shut down, all of our gyms, ballroom, pottery studio. So that's a substantial amount of income loss for us. And so with that, these funds would go a long way in helping us to do some of these maintenance repairs that we haven't been able to do because of our income loss. Luckily, our tenants are fantastic. A lot of them have stuck with us through the pandemic, and luckily we are, just to update you guys, we are at full capacity as far as our rental income, which is what sustains our operations. So as far as our operational budget, we have been able to sustain ourselves through COVID. But a lot of these extra building maintenance expenses, we just haven't had the budget for. So this funding would definitely go a long way in helping us to restore the building, keep it safe to the public, keep it updated. As with everything, we have historic integrity in mind. So with our proposal, it would be abating these particular areas, removing all of the old tiling and or ceiling paint materials, and then patching, repairing those, and replacing those flooring parts, at least with a very similar flooring to what we have elsewhere in the building. So yeah, that's kind of the gist of our proposal. But if you guys have any questions, I am more than happy to answer any of them.
Thank you very much, and for giving us the quick rundown and for staying up late with a cold to tell us about it. We appreciate that also. All right, questions for the Civic Center Director, Commissioner Gosar?
Just another comment, boy, those are yucky looking pictures. Right? There is some work to be done. Thanks for sharing those with us. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. And I know too that the Civic Center, you know, they play a role as a host for so many other of the nonprofits and organizations, and extend a lot of the same kind of partnerships that we've been hearing about tonight. And most of those organizations are strapped, and they benefit from partnership with the Civic Center. So the Civic Center, it wears a lot of hats in the community.
Yeah, so, oh, you go.
No, you go right ahead.
Yeah, so just to let you guys know, we have roughly 60 tenants right now, over 50% of which are nonprofits. Throughout the pandemic, we have been offering COVID relief to tenants, a lot of which who have had to close down their operations and also have not been able to use their space. So in kind of a goodwill benefit to both of us, we've offered discounts for a lot of our tenants on rent relief, with the intent that we want to support them through this so that way in the longevity they can support us as well. And with this project, a lot of the importance is to sustain our the maintenance of the building and also the safety for our tenants. And as always, I mean, we don't ever want to have to close our doors because of any sort of safety or security issue. So the sooner we can get on top of these issues, address them before they become something worse or something bigger that could impact our tenants, which could have far-reaching effects of the clients that they serve. That's a huge concern to us with this as well.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I think that was very much a point worth touching on that we needed to talk about. So thank you for that extra information. Council members for the Civic Center Director. All right. Well, thank you very much for hanging in there with us and for your presentation and that extra information. We appreciate it. All right. Okay. We will keep going. And we have the Laramie Public Art Coalition, and we're here to get some information and a presentation from Laura McDermott. Welcome, Ms. McDermott. It's all yours.
Thank you so much, Mayor Weaver. I'm really happy to be here. Thanks everybody for staying awake. I have a presentation, Nancy, if that's possible to put up on the screen. If not, we will just chat. So my name is Laura McDermott, and I'm the Executive Director of the Laramie Public Art Coalition. There we are. And I'm so excited to be able to share some public art with you all today, because I love public art because it is so cool, because it is the physical manifestation of the soul of a community. And at LPAC, it is our mission to enhance our community through cultural vibrancy, through bringing these projects to the community and allowing participation from all of our citizens and our community members here. You can go to the next slide, Nancy. We're gonna just breeze through here. So we work to enhance the cultural richness of our region by facilitating projects in the public realm and championing our local artists while keeping our community front and center. So if you go to the next slide, I'm just gonna go through some of the things that we've done this past year. So with COVID, obviously, we, like most others, transitioned things to online programming. So we did a program with local artists here called Art Up Close, where we did virtual opportunities for artists to interact with our community here, which was amazing. And it was also providing a lifeline to our artists through payment to continue doing their work and presenting it to their neighbors. Next slide. We also did a program with a group called Sans Façon called Stories from Here, where we partnered with Wyoming Public Media to do an online storytelling project, which were stories that were from Laramie from 2018 when Sans Façon visited several years ago. So we were able to reanimate those stories for Laramie. Next slide. We also did a program this summer called Community Free Wall. We gave out 150 free art kits to the community so they could create their own front yard murals and talk to their neighbors and be able to express themselves creatively and put that on display for everybody to see. And you can see some of them here. I love that one in the corner, just wear a damn mask. And of course, be kind. That's lovely too. Good reminders. Next slide. We were also able to work with downtown Laramie and the city of Laramie on Hollyhock Commons. We paid 7 local artists to create signage to help people keep safe. Next slide. And to aesthetically enhance the space where people can gather. Third spaces are really so important, especially during these times when we have to be apart. Next slide. We also were able to do a mural with Friends of Community Recreation and at the skate park here with artist Connor Mullen from our community. This is Salamander Stink and the Haunted Handshake. And this is an amazing example of how we can bring community voices into projects. Connor and LPAC released a call for the community to tell us what they loved about Labonte Park. And Connor incorporated those stories, those memories, those feelings into this mural. So again, this is like the physical manifestation of the soul of the community, right? Next slide, please. Next slide. Cute little picture. We also worked with the University of Wyoming this fall when the students weren't able to be in the classroom, but they were able to do some art on the YO Theater here. And this was a changing mural with the advanced printmaking students, and they worked together as a group to respond to each other and respond to what was happening in the community, particularly around social justice issues. Next slide, please. That's what it looks like today. And this actually will be changing this spring with the help from the Laramie High School. And some students there will be doing mural together at the end of the school year. Next slide. We also were able to work again with the city to do a call for artists, artwork for the Snowy Range Bridge, which I'm very happy to say on Friday, one of the works will be installed. This one is going on the west side pad. This is called Exhaling Dissolution. It is made out of cottonwood bark. Next slide. And this is taking flight, and this will be installed on Friday on the east side pad and Harney and 3rd. So really exciting stuff. And next slide. So this is just part of what we've done in the past several months. And in 2021, 2022, we're going to continue moving sort of full speed ahead and facilitating projects which encourage this shared joy with our community. And I mean, it's really evident, especially from the past year and from the pandemic, that, you know, recovery from this, this devastating time period really is going to happen in public space. We need these opportunities to come together, to work together, and to create together, to, you know, create joy together and really start building back some sense of normalcy. And that can happen really through public art. Next slide. Some upcoming things, we're working with Albany County on a permanent installation for the new courthouse entrance. We are also doing a temporary exhibition called Hello Neighbor, which is asking all of our community artists to submit artwork to be on display at the courthouse, and also asking people what they want to say to their neighbors through that work. Next slide. And yeah, another, just some other things that are on the docket. So doing some projects at the Recreation Center, fire training facility, I told you about the high school mural, utility box murals, some other local businesses getting into public art commissions, which LPAC helps facilitate and administer those projects, gateway signages, educational workshops for artists, and hopefully community celebrations when we can all get together again. Next slide. And that's it. And this is actually what Renee was telling everybody about before. This is the mural at Science Loves Art at 4th Street Studios. So thank you all very much. Sort of blew through that and grab a pillow. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Laura, thank you very much for waiting and staying with us. And you clearly had a presentation in mind, and I think we got it. I think we got it, even quickly and at a late hour. And just again, it's really valuable for us to hear about how these partnerships keep happening and how you all seek each other out and have complementary goals. That's good.
Yeah.
Because it also means that it leverages the dollars, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Give everybody $1 million. We can't. So it's great to see how the funds get used. Commissioners, over to you.
Commissioner Vera has a comment.
Well, I just wanted to say how wonderful for our community to have all these outdoor galleries. It's just fun to ride your bike around town or walk around town. I know I've been doing it with my little dog and seeing some of these artworks that I wasn't even aware of and just thought, well, when did that go up? So it's just so cool that our town is becoming so colorful with art. Kudos to you and everyone else you've involved in the process.
Thank you.
Yeah, I caught the 10-11 at night slot, Laura. You're gonna really love that. I'm gonna wrestle Commissioner Ibarra for the art board.
Council members? No? All right. Well, let me just say again, thank you very much. And if you want us to have that to go back and take a look at later, I think the city clerk can get that to us as well, because there was a lot of interesting stuff there that we went through pretty quickly through no fault of your own. It's just, it's a big night where we hear from a lot of people. So we can go back and look at those and just make sure that the city clerk has those and they can, that we can receive them, the slideshow.
Absolutely.
Thanks again for there. And thank you, Nancy, for all the work on the slides.
Yay, Nancy. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay. Final presentation, last and certainly not least, we have the Lincoln Community Center. And I see that Mary Cisneros is with us. Mary, thank you so much for waiting to give a presentation to us, and welcome. And it's over to you.
Wow. I have heard so many good things here tonight. Thank you for having us, Mayor Weaver, Chairman Gosar, County Commissioners, City Council, Nancy and Jackie. Thank you so much for being here for us. First of all, I want to apologize. I made a huge mistake. I sent over my unedited version of my chicken scratch of my proposal to you guys, and I really want to apologize for that. I will get an edited one to you guys first thing tomorrow morning. Anyways, as you know, the mission of the Lincoln Community Center is to provide facilities and support systems for recreational, educational, cultural, civic, health, fitness, community programs, as well as community meeting space. The Lincoln Community Center serves people of all ages, backgrounds, socioeconomic demographics. We believe that strong community is essential to quality living. As you all know, Lincoln Community Center was founded in 1983. And I have a little funny story for you guys. If you can hang in there with me and you're not too tired. In 1983, I was a 13-year-old punk playing outside the old Lincoln Elementary School on the busted up blacktop where we used to try to play basketball in these little old metal rings. They didn't even have hoops on them. And I remember my mother saying, tonight we're going to be at the Lincoln Elementary School. We're having our first board of directors meeting to try to turn it into a community center. And I was all excited about it becoming a community center, but I wasn't excited about what my mom said next. She said, you're not going to be playing out there on the playground with the kids. You're coming in and you're going to be part of this meeting. I couldn't understand why she was making me do that. So actually, I was on the first board of directors list at 13 years of age, went away for a long time and came back 26 years later. And now here I am, the director of the Lincoln Community Center, age 53. So I am very, very proud of this place. And in hearing what I've heard tonight in all these meetings, it just makes me so proud to be a Laramite. And I want to just thank you all for welcoming us and staying on here. Last but not least, Lincoln Community Center is requesting funding for a new stage and all-purpose room floor. As you know, our building was built in 1923. It makes us a very old building. However, with funding through the county and through a community facilities grant, the city of Laramie, the state of Wyoming, support from our citizens and our businesses and organizations right here in Laramie, we were able to make our dream come true. We worked very hard and we were able to open our doors in 2011. The Lincoln Community Center is home to both of our partners, Head Start of Laramie. So we have a bunch of little 3 and 4 year olds, 3, 4, and 5 year olds running around here all day long, which brings life to our building. We have High Plains Archery Club. Other events that we host here are our City and Laramie Public Art Coalition. We have the Albany County voting polls, Albany County annual flu clinics, and of course we do our annual fundraiser, which is our Lincoln Community Center Cinco de Mayo celebration, which brings cultural awareness and education to our community. Now I'm very, very proud to add that in this mix, we, with the help of Mr. Gosar and the Downtown Clinic, we are able to, this coming Saturday and following Saturdays, until we don't have to anymore, we are going to provide COVID-19 education and vaccinations. Yay! Woo! We are just thrilled to be able to do this. My board of directors and I have been working to seek more information about how our community is gaining awareness of, first of all, COVID-19 itself and the vaccinations. There are a lot of people in our community that do not speak English, that are elderly and don't have access to our internet, maybe not even a newspaper, TV, radio, rides to be able to come and get the vaccination. So one of the things in our community and our culture here on the Old West Side of Laramie is, word of mouth. You go and you tell your old abuelita, this is what's going on, Grandma. You need to get vaccinated. We want to keep you around a lot longer. So with help from our downtown clinic and working with my board of directors and making plenty of phone calls around the community, we are going to get this done. And it is just an answer to prayer. So we're really excited about this, folks. Anyways, back to our floor. Let me tell you. So this school was additions were built on as time went by. And the room that I'm talking about is our all-purpose room, and that's what we rent out for events. We have tried over the years to take the best care of it as possible, but with all these little pitter-patter of feet running around and all the events that we have and people sliding stacks of chairs across the floor, we've got some pretty damaged floors. We have the same floor that we actually had back in 1953 when not the renovation, when the gym area was built onto the old Lincoln Elementary School. So we have, folks, I believe it's like a 68-year old wood floor. And you guys are probably wondering why, when you guys got the renovation, why didn't you guys change out the flooring? Well, one of the things is that we are on the National Register of Historic Places, and we've been on that since 2001. We're very proud of that. There are certain things that we've tried to keep original in our building for that sake. And there's also some things that we just can't keep. And when you look at that floor and it's starting to bow and crack and it's lost all of its sheen, when you mop, the water seeps through the cracks and it's just a mess. Our stage is splintering. It was never completed to begin with. And we are in dire need of repairs to this floor. I believe it's not only going to be an aesthetic improvement, but it will be an improvement for safety as well. It will bring revenue, I believe, to the Lincoln Community Center due to the fact that we rent out for weddings and other events. And with your help, both the county and the city as well, we ask that you help us make this happen. And we would appreciate your support and your help. And we thank you for your support and your help that you've given us all these years. So with that, would any of you like to ask any questions of me?
Well, thank you, Director Cisneros. We really appreciate you hanging out with us all night to tell us about some of the things that are going on at the Lincoln Center. That place is a gem for the city of Laramie.
Thank you.
For the whole community and for that historic neighborhood. Commissioner Gosar?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Mayor. I appreciate it. I'm hopeful that we can do it on Saturday in the Lincoln Community Center, but we have to get insurance cleared. So it'll either be there or most likely the downtown clinic, but we are on the radar. We are going to get there and get a mass vaccination at some point, Mary.
Okay.
So as soon as we can get insurance to cover us, we will be there, and a few more vaccines too. So, but yeah, we're wanting to be there repeatedly to be part of that community and to give COVID-19 vaccinations there. So, sorry if I left you with a different impression, Mary. It's my mistake.
Thank you, Chairman Gosar.
All right. If that's everything from the commissioners. Commissioners, looks like Commissioner Barr's got a comment.
Yep, Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Abera.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Weaver. Mary, I just want to make a comment that we definitely need to get that floor fixed because when we come out of COVID, people are going to be wanting to dance over there. Whomever we get out there, we'll dance to a jukebox if need be, but it definitely needs to be repaired so we can all celebrate.
I love that. Thank you so much. Absolutely.
Yeah, that floor is in tough shape, but it could be good again. Councilmember Cumby?
I just want to say thank you, Mary, for your leadership in bringing this renovation forward. in time for the centennial celebration.
Yes.
Good
Thank
comment.
you so much.
Good comments. Councilmember Stalder.
Thank you. We all talk about how our kids are hanging out in the back of our Zoom meetings, and your story gave me a lot of faith that this is going to pay off in a positive way. It's not quite the equivalent of taking them, inside instead of letting them play basketball, but that's hopeful.
I love that.
Right here.
I've sure enjoyed Richardson's family being in the background. That just warms my heart. And I love that he's not shooing them off. I love that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Stalder. Any other questions for our guest from the Lincoln Community Center? Well, just thank you again for your time commitment this evening. We appreciate it. And we hope you have a good rest of your evening.
Thank you.
Oh, I think Commissioner Richardson might want to ask you a question. Commissioner Richardson.
Yes.
Mary,
Yes,
me
sir.
agradece mucho lo que hacen ahí en Lincoln Community Center.
Thank you. Thank you all so much for what you do for our community. We appreciate it very much. As a matter of fact, I think I just heard one of the street sweepers out on the side of our building. So it'll make for some safe exiting from our building so late at night. Thank you.
I was torturing my kids because when I'm home but I'm not available, they just come. I don't even try to stop them. I don't want to.
I love it. Certainly love it.
Well, friends and neighbors, that gets us through the presentations for our community partners this evening. Really want to thank the county commissioners and the county clerk and deputy clerk there. Thank you so much for being here with us tonight and listening to the presentations. We really, really appreciate it. I like being able to do this with you folks. And
Point of information. It's our county treasurer.
Oh, was that the county treasurer?
I was leaning in and looking to see if it was.
The masks. I can tell Jackie, but thank you, and I'm sorry. All the county elected officials, we appreciate your presence with us here tonight. And no, I like doing this with you folks. I think it's good for us to hear from all of our nonprofit people. I don't have anything else to say about that. I think we can probably say goodnight to you guys. I doubt you want to be here for the rest of our meeting. You're welcome to stay if you'd like.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, to your staff and all the councilors and yourself for putting up with us tonight. And it's nice meeting with you guys, and good luck on the rest of the meeting.
All right. Thank you, guys. Yeah, have a good night. Yeah, city staff, thanks for hanging in there with us. And council, let's make quick work of the rest of it, okay? Do we have updates or comments? And I'd ask you to combine those in one round robin. Councilmember Harrington.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to let you know that the Planning Commission did recommend approval of the code change, bringing the Laramie Plains Civic Center into the downtown district, so which they had applied for, so prepare for that. And then there is an absence on the Planning Commission that the Vice Mayor and Councilor Somerville and myself will be interviewing for on Friday.
Thank you very much. And I think Councilmember Harrington had inquired with me about when we could get appointments on agendas. I don't know that we'll have the timing aligned for us to get the appointment made for the next meeting, but probably the voting meeting after that would be my guess. If city staff has information to the contrary, just let us know. We'll get them on there whenever we can. But my guess is probably not next week's meeting, but the meeting after that. Okay, other updates and comments? Councilmember Gabriel?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The working group with County Commissioner Sue and Councilors O'Doherty and Cumby have met twice. This is on the Casper Aquifer. Things are going well. Have another meeting coming up in a couple of weeks with Darren Parkin. And I'm really enthusiastic about the way things are moving along. We've had great cooperation from Commissioner Sue. And so I think we need to do the best we can to protect the aquifer. That's what our mission is going to be. Another quick question, if I could, Mayor. Has anybody responded to the third grade class at Spring Creek, Mrs. Omans, on that letter on trash east of town?
I have not, Councilmember Gabriel, and we really should. And
yeah, I thought it was well done, and it sounds like the students really want to get out there and do something for the community, and they're going to do something during Earth Day on the 22nd of April. But I think if we respond in some fashion, just to thank you and that we're looking at it, and I bet if they invite us to the cleanup, that we might have a couple of counselors interested in doing that work as well.
I appreciate that reminder, and let me commit to you all that I will contact the teacher and see what might be fun for their class, and possibly see about maybe organizing some kind of a cleanup effort with them if a couple of us want to do that.
Perfect, thank you.
Something along those lines. Thank you very much, Councilmember Gabriel, and for your service on that cooperation committee. Councilmember Cumby, I saw yourself and Councilmember Gabriel at the same time, so you're next. I thought I saw your hand.
I didn't realize I'd raised it, but I needed to report anyway.
All right.
Councilor O'Doherty and I interviewed an applicant for the Commission on Disabilities, and we found her stellar, and she'll be part of next Tuesday's process of approval. And the other thing is Vice Mayor Pierce and I will be hopefully next week interviewing. We have 3 applicants for 2 positions on the Board of Health, and 1 is a physician. So then that would complete the roster for the Board of Health. So good timing. And I just want to ask, I know that we've not been, because of time and everything that's on our agendas, we've not been doing much about the appointments of people to commission positions. And I just wonder if it might be okay to at least announce and recognize that person publicly. You know, maybe not do something for 10 minutes, but just a 1 minute. We want to welcome, just to acknowledge that person publicly. I'd like to be able to do that on Tuesday.
Yeah, I think we certainly can do that, Councilor Cumby. You're talking about as opposed to having those appointments just be placed on the consent agenda. You'd like to.
I mean, they can be on the consent agenda, but is there a way to publicly just thank them or acknowledge them? Because that's a 3-year term, and I think it'd be nice to just publicly acknowledge that.
I agree. Councilmember Harrington?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could we just include that in announcements so that it's not something that has to be formally motions and things like that, that we just announce the names of the appointments? I'm not sure if that's, the announcement may come before approval of the consent agenda, which may put us out of order, but just a thought.
I think that's a good suggestion. Another thing that we could do is after the conclusion of the vote on the consent agenda, we could simply say, and we would like to thank these individuals for volunteering their time to serve on these committees. I mean, that's another approach we could take. I think that's something we can be fairly flexible about. So I see you agreeing with that. I don't think that's a a crazy departure from things that we've done. And I think we used to do something similar when we would have those things on the regular agenda. When we had the names ready, we would say, and thank you, Susan Smith, for serving on the health board or something like that. So we can modify that and maybe just include it as some type of an announcement after the conclusion of the vote on the consent agenda. Vice Mayor, do you think so?
I do, Mayor. I think it's a great idea.
All right. Okay, cool. No, and Councilmember Cumbie, that's well worth it, because it is important for us to recognize those people, because they are making a serious volunteer commitment and service to the city, and we appreciate it from them. We really do. Councilmember Stalder, do you have any announcements for us, or comments that you want to make, or anything?
I sent out an email. The walkthrough of the airport terminal has been rescheduled to next Friday. I think that's about it. We had our first meeting with the Commissioner Richardson, the Intergovernmental Working Group, and looking forward to more meetings.
Yes, indeed. And we've scheduled, that's right. We've scheduled another meeting with Commissioner Richardson, Councilor Stalder, Councilor Harrington, and we'll keep you guys updated. That's going to be some interesting work, and there's going to be a lot of it. All right, thank you, Councilor Stalder. Appreciate it. And it was good to hear about new plans and projects and programs coming out of hospice.
Thank you. I'm so excited. I felt weird doing the presentation by myself, but I have the coolest staff at hospice. So.
Oh, that was great. That was well done. Councilmember O'Doherty, have I gone to you?
Yeah, I have a lot of updates, but I feel like it's too late and we can talk about them later.
No, we're doing it.
Okay, so I've been going to the National League of Cities things and learned a lot and want to bring up some ideas. And I told you I had a lot of ideas. So that's going to take a long time. So I have to formalize it and give you some ideas. But I think they have some really great sessions about COVID, and then the passage of 59 million directly to cities and towns. I guess it still has to go through the Senate, go back to the House for the whatever, but it's going to get passed. And to see the work that NLC does on our behalf of cities and towns, so that money comes directly to us instead of getting filtered through state agencies, is so important. And I think that makes our WHAM membership worth it right there, because of being part of NLC. So I have other things. That's all I can think of right now. It's too late. Thanks.
Okay. Councilmember O'Doherty is going to summarize some stuff from NLC for us, and that's good enough by way of announcement. Councilmember Somerville.
Mr. Mayor, I don't have any updates or announcements outside of our working group met as well, and I think we're going to be meeting every 2 weeks for a while to get through our to-do list.
That's what it's about. That's what it's about. All right. Thank you, Councilmember Somerville. Vice Mayor Pierce.
I think we're meeting this Thursday, Councilor Somerville.
Looking at my calendar, Vice Mayor, you are correct. I apparently was giving myself an extra week off for good behavior. That is not the case. So
I'm like, unless I've got something else messed up, I'm trying real hard to get to meetings on time. So anyway.
Don't you council members realize that by the time this 2 years is up, there's not going to be anything left in the tank. So just get used to it now. I have a quick announcement, which is the only thing that I would add that people haven't talked about already is we had the first meeting of the Juvenile Justice Services Board for quite some time with the county attorney on Monday. And staff members, I'm really sorry that I wasn't able to make it to the agenda review. Those two things just converged. I thought we'd be able to get it wrapped up, but the vice mayor, I know, was able to cover that meeting, because that did end up being a fairly lengthy meeting because we had so much to catch up on. We had that meeting. Work has certainly been ongoing with that.
that program has expanded into some areas, and they're doing some good things. There is, of course, a concern about budget cuts. Sheriff Applehans has been interested in the program and has some ideas for it as well. Chief Stalder continues to be an active member of that board with ideas and cooperation. I could give you a more detailed report, but I won't. If you want to ask me anything more about it, feel free. City Manager, I know it's been a big, long, late night, and sounds like there's a busy, action-packed day, and I'm going to let you talk about that, but it looks like the Vice Mayor has something for us.
So I guess we're going to have our City Manager talk about House Bill 198.
Yeah, I was going to let her do that since she stayed here all night. We might as well provide an important activity for Vice Mayor. Janine, do you want to talk a little bit about that? See if we can get maybe some people roped into testifying, or.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm signed up and ready to go, but we'll let Janine rock and roll with this one to get us rolling.
Yeah.
Council, I'll be brief. You can hear me? Yes. House Bill 198 was placed on file in the legislature last Friday. It will be in the Appropriations Committee of the House tomorrow at noon recess for review by the Appropriations Committee. We have a series of information we'll be providing, but to give you the gist of the bill forbids any city or county from, I don't have it in front of me here, but from basically standing in the way of the university having a water or sanitary sewer system. So clearly the impact of the bill would be significant for Laramie and Albany County. We've prepared a bunch of information that we can share with that committee, with our own legislators, and with other interested parties in coming days and weeks.
Yeah. So you've heard the details. I'm going to attend the meeting via Zoom, and I think we'll have some people there in person, many people there through the video. Sign up. We don't all have to speak. I anticipate that we might be some of the only people providing testimony on that bill. But I think it would be important for us to express our concerns about it. I don't know how productive it'll be, but I think we need to be there if we can, some of us. I know I plan on it. I know the city manager is going to be there, and some various other members of our staff. I think Malia may be available over video, and then possibly the city attorney and some other people. And I think our general approach in terms of testimony will just to be that we have some very serious concerns about this legislation in terms of its impact on our ratepayers and also our own infrastructure and right of way and all various other things that could stem out of this. So there's an update about that. Noon. You can sign up probably this evening or tomorrow morning, anytime before that noon session, and it'll be just like we do our meetings. It'll be in that webinar format. You know the drill. Might be interesting just to hear what the legislators have to say if you're not necessarily interested in providing your own testimony.
Mr. Mayor, can I just chime in for the group? You do not have to sign up ahead of time to testify. You can just go a few minutes before noon, click on the meeting, click on testify, and it'll provide you a link to join the webinar. And you'll only be called on to testify if you raise your blue hand, if you're on the Zoom link. So just to clarify, you can hang out in the Zoom without getting called on if you don't want to.
Thank you, Councilmember Somerville. That's good information. So if you remember at 11:55 tomorrow, just go and get on the computer and take a look at it. I don't have anything else about that. I did want to give the city manager a chance to communicate to us about that, and she may have sent out a few emails to the full council on that. I think go. Yep.
Yeah, and can I just add, we'll be coming forward with a resolution a week from tonight during our regular meeting, as well as potentially our ward meeting night 2 weeks from tonight will be, is that right? 2 weeks from tonight, right, will be our, topic of discussion, so we can inform the residents of Laramie, how this may impact their utility bill that they get every month. So it's important that we kind of get our ducks in a row and get ready to go for this.
I agree, Vice Mayor. I think that would be a good use of that meeting. Now, that's not to say that we won't listen to other commentary, but I think that's going to be, for lack of a better term, a special work session where we discuss that and listen to public feedback, because time is of the essence and it's happening now. All right. I think that's about it for that. Do we have any public comments, City Clerk? Oh, I guess we should do agenda review before we go to public comment. I'm sorry. Folks, let's do the agenda review.
Yeah, and I'm not even sure if the resolution got on the agenda review. So, because it was kind of
Yeah, maybe not yet, because it was kind of an emergency. We did not have a lot of warning about this bill. In fact, it looked like it was done in a very hurried fashion, like bills sometimes are in terms of their placement on agendas.
What's resolution number 15 on the regular agenda? Is that it?
Yeah, that was a placeholder for that resolution that you're speaking of.
Okay. So you will all get a chance to look at that before the next regular meeting. We're not certain nor can we be about how quickly this legislation is going to go through. I don't want to beat this horse to death, folks, because I know it's late, but I think it's worth keeping an eye on, because sometimes things can move very, very quickly through that legislative process. Sometimes things take a long time, and then sometimes things are facilitated in a way that legislation makes its way through quickly. So something to keep an eye on. Anything else on that agenda? Meeting wise, it looks like it's a fairly doable piece of work for us. So we should probably have that meeting over well before 11 o'clock, unlike this evening. I appreciate everybody's patience with that. I don't think we were overly generous. I don't think anybody abused their time tonight. I think it's just a lot of people that have things to tell us about. So thanks for hanging in there. Staff folks, that goes for you too. Feel bad for the city manager. She waited all night just to tell us about, hey, there's some crappy legislation that you might want to show up tomorrow. You might want to show up tomorrow and tell the legislature you don't like it. So I think we're good then, if nobody has anything else. Councilmember Gabriel, anything else on that agenda review wise?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. I don't see anybody hanging out in our webinar lobby for public comment, but I'm gonna check with the city clerk again.
Mr. Mayor, the only one that's still with us is Cara Montez, but I don't see a hand raised.
And I think she was one of our presenters tonight for the amateur hockey club, so maybe she just didn't quite get hung up. Thank you. All right. Well, it was a big, long meeting, guys, but it was interesting to hear about all that stuff. I really do always appreciate everybody staying as awake and as attentive as they can into the wee hours. Okay, maybe we'll see some of you tomorrow or talk to some of you tomorrow. Okay? All right.
Did you say House Bill 198?
That's it.
House Bill 0198.
Yeah. Maybe we could get our former mayor to give his little statement again, his big statement that was pretty powerful, I thought.
It might be worthwhile to see if Joe Shumway wants to show up. Maybe I'll call him in the morning and see if he's available. Other interested parties, call me in the morning or I'll call you about some of this, just in terms of showing up and providing testimony.
Yeah, and anybody can text me or call me, and I can help you get signed up to at least participate if you're fumbling through the site. I managed to figure it out today, or yesterday.
I don't. Yeah, I appreciate that, Vice Mayor. I don't think I have anything left in the brain tonight, so I'll talk to people in the morning if they want about it.
And Mayor, just a special thanks to City Clerk Nancy for putting this all together tonight and all the presentations. Excellent job.
Thank you,
It's a
Nancy.
lot of work. We appreciate it.
Yes, indeed. Thanks, Councilmember Gabriel, for that. Shall we have the end of the meeting? All right. Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody.
Night, everyone.
Good night.
Yeah.